gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in two places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Yeah, that's what happens when old people shrink. Their backs.
Easy on the old, bro. Easy on the old, brother. I just turned 70. Take it easy.
I just turned 56. We have the same birthday.
August 11th.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Happy birthday to you,
No,
too.
Hemsworth has the same birthday as
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, what are the odds?
Well, have you heard of the birthday paradox? The birthday problem?
Yeah, how does that work?
It's one of the craziest things ever. It's some statistical anomaly where if you have, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 45 people in a room. For some reason, 2 people will have the same birthday.
There's an epidemic affecting thousands of young Canadians, a condition scientists are calling the munchies. I'm World Wrestling Federation superstar Chris Jericho, and I've joined forces with Taco Bell to fight this hunger. You can join our tag team. By making a donation of only $3.99, you'll receive 3 Taco Supremes and a drink. Act now, and together we can help young people, like Todd, pummel the munchies. Why not buy this official WWF poster only at Taco Bell?
I still had to be the main event where they could get a match underneath me and be slacking. I had to blow the
You had
roof
to sell
off
the
the
tickets.
place. Yeah, man, I had to deliver. You know, I didn't want anybody stealing my spot because they were all trying every night.
Yeah, I guess it's strange because you're teammates, but at the same time, they're low-key trying to take your throne.
Oh, yeah. If I slipped on a banana peel or got hurt, they'd be more than happy to replace me.
And how much do you have to make sure the promoter and the owners that you stay in their good graces so that you also stay the lead dog? Is that like a whole nother thing going on?
That helps. I just got myself in a position that the character became so powerful. Even if I really did piss somebody off, they still had to use me, because if I went somewhere else, I'd put them out of business. You know, so the character, it had a long run. I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, it's still
the
running
whole,
for me
the whole
right
red
now.
and yellow, bro, through the 80s and all through the 90s. And then when I went back, you know, that last time when I wrestled The Rock and a couple other people, I was still red hot.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing a poster. It said, fuck Ronald McDonald with red and yellow. And then it said Hulkamania on it.
It's Becca, bitch. She's the god of piss, well, I'm the god of pop. My only wish is for her to stop. I got so many hits that I won't ever drop. You're so envious because I'm at the top. You ain't cute. I'm not like you. Your days are through. I thought you knew. Sounding good, looking pretty. Talk shit, hit you with a 450. World tour in your city. 1, 2, 3, and then I hit the gritty. You ain't cute. I'm not like you. Your days are through. I thought you knew. I'm a pop star, my beat is bopping. You got one outfit, you need to go shopping. I got fresh drip, new heat dropping. Beat through CCA, you know you want this, but you ain't cute. I'm not like you.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, PWT Late Show tonight. God damn, we started a little late. I hope you're all doing well. We made it, guys. We made it through another week. It is the weekend. It is peak weekend. Saturday night is known as the peakend in the streets. I don't know. I just made that up. And we're late for WrestleDream 0 hour. I had to help my mother with something. Okay? And it took a while. And so I got home a little bit late, and I wasn't good on updates because my phone's been busted, and I got to send it away to get it fixed. Okay. And so I just basically can only like update folks when I get to my place. And I got to my place and quickly whipped my MacBook on and was like, hey, I'm still doing the stream. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll be a little late. But yeah, we did it. So the 0 hour, I did catch some of it though. I caught the last match with I'm your host, Phil Marks, by the way. It's my birthday weekend. Yay, Phil Marks, come on down. Hey. And so WrestleDream is on this evening, and I will say this, man, them making all the like the stage and the apron and the barricades and everything orange is awesome. If they made the ropes a different color, that'd look cool too, but it's a very clean, they have a very clean setup for this WrestleDream. The art style and everything's really cool. The poster that you guys can see on the screen there is really cool. So this card, I mean, the first two matches, what had happened was FTR stole a victory over Jet Speed. But how they ended the fucking tailgate brawl is like this match, they were making their entrances, FTR and Jet Speed were. And it was like 3 minutes. And Shivani's like, oh, we're going to run out of time, Excalibur. And then they did. The match started. They were like rushing for a finish. The TV time runs up. All of a sudden they go into WrestleDream, and it's strange because we don't get typically pay-per-views in wrestling. They give you some sort of like cold open. They give you like a preview and a thematic, like even UFC does this. That gives you like a rundown of the fights and all of this sort of shit. And WrestleDream just starts. The fucking fireworks are going off. Go, 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 go. And the crowd's going wild, and they're showing the stage, and then they're just like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's WrestleDream. Then it pans out to like people are just scrapping in the ring, like they're just trading blows. And it was actually pretty fucking cool. I'm not going to lie. Like, you can't do every pay-per-view like that. But I'm not going to lie. That was actually a really unique, creative, cool way to start the pay-per-view. And the crowd was white hot. Because, like, in the middle of the match, the lights go out. Fucking the fireworks start going. And they're like, "Whoa, AEW, AEW." Like, it was a moment. That was actually pretty cool. So kudos to whoever thought of that, including if it was Tony Khan. You got to give props where they're due. So that was cool. I think with this WrestleDream thing with the pillars and they could like build that on the stage, you know. But they don't want to sink all the money into that. I get it, but it still looks pretty good. And then the pay-per-view kicked off, I guess, with FTR on it. Okay, so I will jump over and put a poll in the chat on the Clips channel. And ask you all, who do you think is going to win this match? This match might end too quickly. I'm picking Tekla. I think Tekla has the sauce. I think she is going to be a star in any company she's in. They don't get over the fact enough that she got kicked out of Stardom for like attacking the owner and shit. Like, she's known for that in Japan. And I just think like the way she delivers her promos, her mannerisms, the way she fucking moves and stuff, the way she words things, I think she just has it. And I'm all about it here at PWT. This match is getting pretty sloppy, though. Like, haters slopping it up. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. A couple little missteps there. And because every match goes too long, unfortunately. And that was what I was going to say, too. The FTR match, it opens and it's crazy. And, this match bled over into the pay-per-view. And then it went too long. Couple too many false finishes. It was like, just get to the end, and the crowd's hot, you know, like, don't bring them down. And then I don't know. Yeah, so that's the WrestleDream preview, and I missed the pre-show. I'm not sure what I missed other than like FTR and Jet Speed. There's a 500K match, Jurassic Express and the Young Bucks. I am picking Jurassic Express. Tornado Trios match. I'm gonna take Hurt Business. Damn, Hater beat Tekla in a sloppy, dumpy finish. So I picked Tekla. That's an L for me. I'll take a 1 on that. 0-1 tonight. Okay. And then the Tornado Trios. I think that like Lashley and them will get their win back because they got beat on TV and pay-per-view already by GOA. So I'm going with Hurt Syndicate. The I Quit match. Mox will say I quit to Darby. Tony Storm versus Statlander. I'll take Storm winning it back. Going bold here. Brodito versus the Callis family. I could see the Callis family winning those belts because they're really getting a push. And I don't think Brodito is really meant to be something serious, but then Tony Khan's like, "Oh no, it's great. Yeah, we're Brodito now." Like, I think that's how that happened. I just think he teamed them up and then he got a pop out of the Brodito thing. Where are we, Philly? Fletcher versus Briscoe. Fletcher's going to get the big win, and he's just racking up names like on his list of fucking people he's beat, you know, his Randy Orton legend killer. And that is one of the beauties of AEW. Like, I think they're building Fletcher all good, man. I don't know. Maybe I know some people aren't on the train yet. I know it's hard to give AEW anything, but to me, Fletcher's like the one guy who hasn't just completely fucked himself up, and he doesn't like sound stupid on social media. He's not like getting triggered by the naysayers. He's just putting the work in, and you know, he says it. He looks up to guys like The Miz and all this shit. And yeah, so I got faith in Fletcher, but he's gonna get a big win. Briscoe just loses at all the pay-per-views. What do we have? We got Joe, or no. Before this, right? So they announced Mercedes Monea Open Challenger. I'm Samia Zaina. Fucking Tony Khan saw Dragunov's Open Challenge US title win, which was crazy, by the way. Dragunov wins that fucking title. The United States title, comes back and wins from Sami Zayn. And then Tony Khan's like, I know, we'll do an open challenge. So the TBS title, she's broke Jade Cargill's record. She's going to challenge an open challenge, and whoever accepts her challenge has to put her title on the line. Title for title. TBS versus whoever comes out and puts their belt on the line. So I'm not sure. The Bucks have like their, it looks like Jeopardy for Super Nintendo or whatever. Looks like fucking Dino Park Tycoon. And this title, or this match here, part of me, is for $500,000. Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry. Did I do my plugs? And I see super chats in here. My word, man. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna check those. And sorry, we're locked in. I came in late, so my plugs. Patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Just dropped a new vid on there. We're watching Tough Enough Season 1. Also, guys, Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Also the Wednesday and Saturday live show. Love you guys. Super chat, you can become a member for 99 cents. I really encourage those gift memberships if you guys want to as well, because those, you guys get access to my Member Monday shows, which rule. Those always rock. So I appreciate that. Round of applause for the PWT universe for okay. DK Murphy 220 for 5 says, is it a Wrestle Dream or a Wrestle Nightmare on fucking Elm Street, bud? It's Phil Day. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you, dude. Thank you for being my favorite wrestling podcast. Man, I appreciate it. Thank you for being a part of my favorite wrestling section of the IWC, is the PWT universe. You know what I'm saying? So I greatly appreciate that, DK Murphy. And you rule, dude. Plenty and Pixlar for 20, dude. Says, happy birthday, your old geezer. Dude, I am not
Allegedly.
that old. I'm early mid-30s, okay?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Oh, my God. I sound like a fucking George Capture. Thank you so much. Everybody acknowledge Plenty, and thank you for the contribution, dude.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much. And George Capture for 5 says, happy birthday, my friend. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Yes. So I spent time like setting up a TV and stuff like that. So fun times. But but it's all good. That's what I just want to be doing shit like that, like hanging out with family and shit, doing a stream, chilling. So I really appreciate that and your contributions to the show, and I appreciate the PWT universe, and I'm so glad we can gather here to watch WrestleDream, which I don't know, man. That match was good until the end. I think they got a little sloppy shop there. I don't know if there was like a miscommunication with the finish. These AEW fans are really into this match. They're chanting Luchasaurus. Dude, I love Luchasaurus too. I don't know if they just, by the way, while I was babbling, they played a great vignette and like explaining the story of all the Jack Perry shit, and they should be doing that. They should have been doing that on the TV show, selling me on the match instead of last minute, like stuffing that in on the pay-per-view. They have TV time where nothing really happens, and they are doing more vignettes with like Toni Storm and shit. But that's because Toni Storm is like in charge. Whoever's doing her creative, it's me. Okay, Tony, it's RJ and Tony and shit, I don't know if it's Tony Khan as much as like other people, but like they're saying, okay, yeah, do a vignette here, whereas Moxley's like, I know, I'll cut a cringe promo and bleed a little. I'm cool. So you have to market the shows on the pay-per-view. So I'm giving this match its due here. I'm watching it. We will do AEW news tonight, guys. Usually I'll do like an hour of news or like during the pre-show. We will do AEW news for sure. we will rip through it as it pertains to WrestleDream, and none of it's dated really either. Other than the Mone shit, but like we already talked about that, so maybe we'll be able to confirm who it is and if she wins the belt by the time we get to the story. But yes, we have an abundance of AEW news we will do on some downtime, although this will just be overstuffed with wrestling. Jack Perry, see, he's so good when he's doing this babyface shit. When he's doing this, he's great. When he's like, I'm going through glass, man. I'm digging a grave. It's like, dude, come on. No one wants to see that. You know, we want to see you do this with your dinosaur. And there was way more stories to be told before they got broken up like that. But what's the attendance on this evening here? I think I might have it. I'm positive I do. Yeah, so this was of yesterday. Crowd super into this match. It's a super match, Brian. And see, this is where the Bucks, I like when I said it, they need to go back to their like baby face, frilly rocker shit and do these flips and get people behind them again. Here we go, selling their asses off for Luchasaurus. Okay, what is he doing? No, the match. See, this is the problem. It's like, okay, this match is going well. Good psychology here. Jack Perry removes the tag rope and then goes to the other fucking... Like, come on, bro. Save that one. The crowd's like, oh, what? Is this WWE, bro? We want to see you fucking... we want to see a tope. And that was like a weird heel thing to do. That seems like what the Bucks would do character-wise, because they like the joke with the Bucks right now is like, oh, you pull their pockets out and they're fucking, you see flies. You see a moth fly out of there. And like, it seems like them having a string and like trying to do a trick. That was more like a heel thing to do. Damn, they're so hot for this for Luchasaurus especially, dude. It's really good to see. Oh my god, Sassy Gale 8724 for 50 says happy birthday, Phil. You're not aging, you're leveling up.
Allegedly.
Hey, thank you so much, everyone. Round of applause for Sassy Gale. Do you have any? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah. Let's go. Thank you, Sassy Gale. I really appreciate that. I look and see it's not just me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly feel like a kid at heart. I'm one of those dudes, so I just dress older, you know. Wear more collared, long sleeve. Wear a lot of flannel. Thank you very much for that. Arrival day, yeah, I like to call it born day as well. Arrival day, born day, birthday. Thank you, I appreciate that. This match is cooking too. Sassy Girl, what do you think of this match? Anyone listen to Drive Through today? I didn't, man. I didn't have time today. I was very, very busy, or I would have been here earlier with you all. Everybody dance. Thanks for saving this pay-per-view. Yeah. Hey, if you guys are on the fucking, well, whatever. It's Stephanie McMahon will encourage you, will lead you in the right direction. This pay-per-view is I'm just saying I wouldn't blame you, but it's Joe. You got to support Joe. So Rival Day, thanks. Yes, excellent. I think I'm caught up with chat. Thank you guys so much. I'm very locked in. I'm really giving WrestleDream its due, and I'm going to tell you guys this much as well. I think it's what was on the 0 hour? What happened? Here, I'm going to look up 0 because 0 hour results, because I don't know if he added any last minute matches. I always try to watch it in full, so I'm like, I want to see this promoter's vision, man. You know, like, what is this pre-show? And the tailgate brawl. What was on it? Eddie Kingston and Hook defeated the Frat House. Okay, so I didn't need to see that. Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale defeated Megan Bain and Penelope Ford. Well, I'd have liked to see that, but like, okay, I missed that. And then the Death Riders beat Roderick Strong in the Conglomeration. So Yuta and fucking Garcia got a win. And then FTR beat Jet Speed. So there was already a shitload of wrestling. That would have already been 4 matches. Like, to me, I feel like I'm 2 matches deep. And they look like they just killed Jungle Boy in Minecraft. So it's like I would have been burnt out from Graps already. This is what I'm saying. And there's all these matches. There's all these matches left after this one. There's 2, 4, 6, 7 after this one. With gimmicks and shit. So I don't know. So far, this pay-per-view, I'm actually like thumbs up so far, even though the end of that Thekla match was rough. I'm not going to lie, but hopefully it didn't deter anyone. This crowd's super hot for the Jurassic Express, but they're going to draw this match out too long. And that's the biggest problem. If you're going to have this many matches, okay, but do them quickly. TNA on their pay-per-views, they add matches and they add people to matches on the fucking fly. But it works because they will have Tessa win a match in 3.5 minutes or whatever on the pay-per-view and shit. So, yeah. With that being said, we can get into. Let's get into some news. I do want to do news. I do want to cover the news, like how many are in the building and whatnot. Yeah, it's like, get them out of the ring, dude. The Bucks should know better, staying in the fucking ring this long like this. And they don't. Or at least the ref should be like hard, like 1, 2, 4. I said 4. Do you want to get on this squad? You know what I mean? Like, it's got to at least do that where you're like arguing with them a little bit or something. Crowd is hot. Yeah, let's talk about some news. Pete in Texas for 5 says, I done pissed off Dave. Dude, I saw it. I quote tweeted a screen grab because I saw someone screen grab it. And then I was like, oh, no, hell no, not Pete in Texas. Not my guy Pete in Texas, dog. Oh, hell no. Dave's going to pay for that. And he will on Thursday. Okay, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. The hottest show in the IWC. I don't know. I'm enjoying it. I love it. And they've been going so long. But Pete says, I done pissed off Dave, simply stating he doesn't know the new ratings anymore than the rest of us. He's such a man, baby. You said Abby, but we know you meant baby. But here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing, too, with you pointing that out, Pete. And thanks for the super chat. Like, nobody really fully gets it. Like Raj is talking about how it's he was saying like it's a disaster because Collision says it had more viewers overall than Dynamite. But guys, I called it. Right? Because last Dynamite was a 2 hour and then the third hour on the Collision. Raj is like, oh, but Collision has more overall viewers. Why? What are they tabulating? Is the overrun factored in twice? Like, is some of Dynamite considered an overrun? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But basically, Raj is like, this is a mess and shit. I don't know. Are they counting some of the Dynamite viewers for Collision? It doesn't matter. I'm not sitting here trying to take away from Collision's viewership or Dynamite's either. They did like 550,000, I think. Maybe I'm rounding high, whatever. Whatever. That's like Collision's old numbers. It's meaningless. It doesn't matter. 500,000, that fucking stinks for whatever show it was. But the point I'm making is that like no one fully gets it yet, and especially with the Collision thing, Dave's gonna run with, well, Collision actually beat Dynamite. Watch, man. I knew this was gonna happen. I called it out. It's already, and I'm not saying Raj is playing fuddy-duddy. He's pointing out it's fuddy-duddy. And I knew that was going to be the result for a while. Anybody with half a brain did. And I know Dave, and we're going to get so many LOLs out of this. So fucking many. So just enjoy it. Don't let Dave piss you off. And yeah, you did irk him though, dude. And Pete in Texas has been a member for 12 months, by the way. Guys, memberships are 99 cents. You can gift them as well. And you get access to Member Mondays, and those shows are fucking amazing. Cash Monet has been a member for 10 months. Me. Thank you guys so much for your contributions to the show, the fucking memberships. That shit rules. All the subscribers, too. We're almost at 7,200 on the one channel and 2,100 on the other. Awesome. Appreciate it. And the new patrons and shit, if you're here, that's awesome. So again, this match is going a little long, but like the crowd's real hot for that last spot that went on. Dirty Dave. Yeah, the TV programming. Dynamite did five, so I said 550, 534K. Ooh, rough. I think Rampage used to do more than that, dude. But that's not including Max. Doesn't matter. Doesn't count, as Brendan Shaw would say. So now the Bucks are doing like twisty. Well, that was kind of cool. Yeah, the Bucks and their moveset just works better for like. It just works better when I think they're baby faces, but they just ruin their ability to do that. I don't know if they. Yeah, let's look at how many people. Sorry, I'm just giving this match its due. This has been a fun match for sure. And Jack Perry, like, still, he's wearing, like, I'm the black jeans, but I got the Tarzan boots. I'm such an aesthetic mark. I always go off about shit like this. Oh, they're going to chicken fight each other? Okay, see, now there's a chicken fight spot that, like, makes sense for once as well. That's how you do it. I am giving the Bucks credit for, like, using fucking... I get it, like the flippy shit. A lot of people just and all the super kicks, people just instantly go like that's non-psychology. And like right now, there's destroyers on aprons, so we better get to the like. You have the crowd, okay? You destroyer to them on an apron, everyone's down. Now get to the finish. They won't. They'll drag it out another 10, another cool 7 at least. But, like, that was a sick blockbuster off the apron. Then the destroyer. Everyone's laid out. Now someone get to a finish. Or do, like, the crowd chanting. This is awesome. I was going to say do, like, the 4-way Like the ref's about to count everyone out, and then like the two legal guys slide in at the last second or something like that. But I don't know. They're going to keep going now. And this is where you got to throw your hands up. It's like you had the crowd. They were just peak right there. Now they're just all kind of quiet and they're all sitting down. Fuck. Could have been Destroyer, roll them in, 450, 1, 2, 3, or Destroyer, roll them in, double team, 1, 2, 3. Now they're going to trade punches. Oh.
Are you sure about that?
They had him. They had him. You have them, then you lose them, man. Just like that. Here we go. I don't know if you need to be chopping and punching. They did that in the FTR tag match. You don't need to just beat them down more. You destroyed them. Yeah, just finish and pin. 1, 2, 3. You had it right there. That's what I mean. AEW, a lot of their matches too, when this happens, people check out. There's a reason Penta hits a destroyer off the top rope, and then the finish is right there not long after. Here we go. See, now they're getting to it. Oh, even this though, and then Perry wins. 1, 2, 3, roll up at the peak, like I was saying. Even that would have worked. They destroyer him. They go for their finish. Then he reverses it. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. Baby faces get the win. That would have been boom. Instead, they don't know. Now they're doing again. They're setting up a new pile driver maneuver. Oh, he's not dead. There we go. Stomp driver. Like it should be over right here. It'll be a kick out. Yeah. Okay, guys. So everyone in the chat, Ichi Nissan. I'm not kidding either. You can't fuck with me like this. I can't. I give you every chance. I'm like telling Tony, you need PWT on. I watch all these pay-per-views. You're in Gorilla. Tony Khan needs PWT on in his headset. Well, and I'll call it, dude. I'll tell you what to do. Jesus Christ. Okay, so everyone all together, Ichi Nissan, duh. I'm not joking. I can't. I'm not gonna like you know, because it's time for AEW news. I'll get burnt out. There's 7 more matches. I'll get burnt out. I can't. I'm not even gonna humor this. I don't even care what happens now in the end. So Tony Khan was asked if there will be more than one blood and guts match this year. Tony said he does think they are building towards men and women settling their issues in blood and guts. That is something AEW could aspire to do. So I actually give Tony Khan credit if because he didn't say yes, but if they are going to do, instead of Dynamite, let's say they go Blood and Guts is the name of a pay-per-view every year, and they do a men and a women's. Copy in WWE, bro. We know why you're doing it. But at the same time, I give Tony Khan credit if he is sort of beating around the bush so he doesn't have to say yes, because he's only going to do it like when the women need one, the women get one. When the men need one, the men get one. I think that's the approach. I think that's the way to do it. So I'll give him credit if he's just not answering that question entirely directly. He's sort of dip, dive, ducking, and dodging. And if that's the reason why, I'll give him his due for that. But every time I say some shit like that, it gets thrown in my face. So Dynamite on October 29 in Edinburgh, Texas is set up for 3,596, has sold 1,500 tickets. God damn. So here's the WrestleDream card. Look, we had some of the matches there that we missed. I guess I can pull that graphic up as well. Mercedes Mone is now officially the longest reigning TBS champion of all time. 509 days for 10 belts, Mone. And she usurped Jade Cargill. Which congrats to her. You know, she might lose it tonight. Like it's title for title. You couldn't. Last time everyone's like, she's for sure losing it. Toni Storm ended up winning the world title off her. So, or she's for sure winning the title from Storm is what I meant to say. Toni Storm ended up winning the title. Now, this time they're saying she's not losing it. Like she's going to fucking. She lost the last one. We all said she wasn't losing, you know? So Switchblade Jay White tweeted out, ready? And then I think Fightful followed up with a report, and they go, let's listen to this. What did they say about Jay White? So Fightful Select reports most people around Jay White still expect him to be out for a while. Well, of course, most people around. First off, who's most people around him? Like his mom, his girlfriend? What are we talking about here? That's the first thing. The second thing, yeah, they would say that if they cared about him, even if he did tweet out ready, because it's like, you don't want to blow up his spot. And the Sheets are obviously, they're going to tell you some shit because they don't want you blowing up his spot. And as I'm talking, Jay White's actually trending right now. And so let me see for what. So posting a pic of Jay White every day. A lot of people are just posting Jay White stuff. They're just really fantasy mark booking that Jay White comes back at the end of WrestleDream. I hope he does come back. And they're still doing false finishes in this terrible Bucks Jack Perry match that was really good until about 10 minutes ago when they went too long. Moving along here in the news. So Shannon Moore made his Ring of Honor debut this week against Blake Christian. Shout out Shannon Moore. I didn't know he was still wrestling. He looks pretty good, but you guys remember Shannon Moore? The Hardys brought him up. He's one of their guys from their Backyard Fed. And Shannon Moore was in like Matt Hardy version 1 faction. He wrestled in TNA. He wrestled all over the place.
20-minute time limit. Introducing first, wrestler out of Cameron, North Carolina. Weighing 207 pounds, Shannon Moore.
Shannon Moore, 30 years in the making. Caprice, I'm going to turn this over to you. 30 years in the.
So good for him, 30 years. Jurassic Express get the win. I think I'm on a bit of a delay compared to some people in chat there. So AEW has reportedly discussed opening a training facility earlier this year, but decided to scrap the plans due to the expected cost for an expanded facility. Well, what? Here's the sickos. Why do they need a PC? A PC doesn't PC. Really? They're trying to make one. I thought
poor people don't like AEW.
Hey Dave, I thought
oh my god, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I thought, oh, well, you know, the money's rolling in. Hand over fest, 3.6 million times 30%, Brian. I thought that's what it was, Dave.
Dummy, yeah.
See, when he says shit like this, it makes them look awfully stupid, so they can't afford to do this. I thought it was, well, Tony Khan's got infinite money, Brian. What the fuck? So they decided to scrap the plans due to the cost for an expanded facility. It's been revealed that the company does have a building with a ring that is available for talent to train, but who's there? But there had been talks to expand this in a bigger location. Gee, I fucking wonder why, buddies. So again, so Phil Marks is right again. Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson just lost their match against Jurassic Express here at WrestleDream. But Matt Jackson said the Young Bucks are playing it by ear when it comes to if being the Elite is fully back. Looking at those views, I doubt it. We are playing it by ear. We've been careful not to publicly say it's back officially or even call what we've aired as episodes. We don't even call those episodes, bud. We're referring to it all as BTE content. It's getting a positive reaction for sure. We don't want to overpromise, but we're definitely having a lot of fun with it. Imagine that's what Justin Barrasso at. Hey, BTE. So the Young Bucks talked about wanting to help the indie scene. So we heard that they're looking and investing into a fucking facility and they have a ring somewhere in a fucking warehouse. And the Young Bucks say that they refer to purchasing PWG as a pipe dream. And they say the PWG thing is definitely a pipe dream. I would love to have further discussions about it. Nick and I have always talked about doing some independent or something once our career wraps up with mainstream wrestling like AEW. So like, oh yeah, when we're done with mainstream wrestling, we're gonna fucking start PWG up back again and train wrestlers to fucking. It'll be like our NXT. Imagine they just did this on Tony Khan's dime, dude. They just did this whole fucking this whole like knockoff B version of what they wanted to do in WWE that let's face it, like they all just, even Tony Khan, he wishes he was doing what he's doing now, but in WWE. That's all it is. But it seems Kenny Omega came out to help the Bucks, and it seems as though we're getting the Elite back together, and I think them all as baby faces, as like the face of their company, is the way to go. Like, get back to your originals, build around them. But Nick said, I think it would be good for the independent scene, especially in Southern California. Yeah, SoCal is kind of dried up as of late, and usually that's like a hotbed. So I feel like with our influence, we could help the indie scene around there. I would love to do something like that. I've always talked about doing something like that. Who knows when, but it's a pipe dream. Well, fuck, hopefully if AEW's attached to it, who knows if that's going to end up working out for you. But yeah, they want to help the indie scene. I just worry about like the Bucks training people the wrong way. I'm watching Tough Enough on Patreon, and you see throughout the season, like, being trained the right way is so fucking important. And I just don't know if the Bucks are the guys I trust at that. If you had told me this prior to AEW, I would have had their backs like I did when they created AEW. But now, 6 years deep, it's like, I don't know, man. So on last night's Dynamite and Collision show, Roosh was injured getting into the ring. He tripped and landed on his arm, dislocating his elbow. He popped his elbow back into place and completed the match. Roosh is a fucking savage. I fucking love Roosh. El Toro Blanco. I stan him. And yeah, again, another guy I'd love to see in the Fed one day. And I don't know if that'll ever happen. But he fucking dislocated his elbow getting in the ring. And then he just popped it in and did the damn match. No complaints from him. Good shit, pal. He didn't even need to do that, but he did. And I want to see him get pushed more. I would like to see him as an individual get pushed even more than like, oh, LFI's back with Sammy Guevara. I want to see Roosh beat the shit, the dog pass out of Sammy Guevara is what I want to see. But yeah, I don't know why they don't stick him with like a mouthpiece of some sort. And I mean, they had Jose the assistant, I guess. I don't know what happened with all that, but Inoki forever. Ichi Nissan Da, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny Omega's holding up an Inoki sign and scarf. But I hope Rush has a speedy recovery there. So TNT Sports coverage of the MLB, NLDS delivered big audience increases and its most watched. So they drop the numbers, okay? TNT and TBS drop numbers for shit when they're good. They're just not good. Oh, well, they don't show numbers for everything. Yeah, they don't. Most shit on TV isn't super successful and good and flauntable. It's just there. Okay? And they're trying to fill time for ad space and shit, especially today with the cord cutting. Most TV shows aren't really successful, okay? So if they're not good, they don't show them. That's the answer to the question. And I'm tired of talking about this shit. I got to be honest. So WrestleDream here that we're watching, we'll circle back to that because the Bucks said they found their love of the game again in 2025. And they're really excited to wrestle Luchasaurus and Jack Perry. Oh, we found our love again. It's like Darby was saying that. Oh, I was out of love. And now now it's like I didn't feel anything. 81,000 people, man. I was like,
emotional damage.
Right? And so the Bucks are like, we got the feeling back, man. And Jack Perry and them won $500,000 allegedly. Okay. And we got reasons why the training facility fell through. And Dax Harwood, Cash Wheeler, Beth Phoenix, and Adam Copeland, a stacked team of veterans, were expected to help refine and develop the next generation. The internal rumor was that the cost associated with it was what killed the plan. So they're not making money. Oh, they're making $3 billion every week. They're not making that money. You mean to tell me 3.6 million couldn't like get them a place like Trax? Like if you guys watch the Tough Enough season 1, it's like WWF Trax, like just a fucking warehouse where they store some shit and they get some top guys to come in and fucking trade. You mean 3 million couldn't cover that for a year? I thought they're making that a week. Or does the roster really cost over $100 million fucking dollars? And when people say it costs $114 million a year, that they're being light on that, you know? So the reason why the facility, they have all these names. So Edge and Beth Phoenix, where's she at? Oh, we're going to see more of Beth Phoenix. Haven't seen her once. She's gone. She'll be back with Edge. Well, he's gone too. And you just put Edge and Christian back together. They don't give a fuck, bro. Like, it's craziness, man. It's fucking crazy. They're mad at Punk because he wanted to put on a good show and put people over. Edge just is there when he wants to be. Just shows up, super light schedule, doesn't give a fuck. Isn't like overly, you know, they can't pay him enough to fucking run the training facility. Tony Khan just fantasy mark booked. Oh, yeah, we'll get FTR and Edge and Christian in them. Edge and Christian and them are like, fucking, dude, we're out of here. Once these deals are up, once you see how it's operated, you're like, I don't fucking know, man. So maybe one day we'll see that happen, but nah, dude. Speaking of see happen, on Wednesday, what we saw happen was the ratings for Dynamite averaged 534K with a 0.11 in the key demo. And it was number 8 on cable, tied with Collision, behind the Blue Jays. And see how they're already, even Raj just doing his job, because it is technically AEW Collision. But because of that, all these games are going to, Collision is up quarter. We're going to get one of those fake charts from Tony Khan again. Over the last 3 quarters, Collision's up 3 million%. Yes, because it's now behind Dynamite, where there's an automatic double the viewership built in on the extra hour, and all you fucking sickos are going to talk about how 3-hour Dynamites are good now all of a sudden, when I thought was a terrible thing, and no wrestling show shouldn't be 3 hours unless they're pay-per-views. They should be 30 matches in 7-hour windows or whatever. It just nothing makes fucking sense. But hey, I'm calling it here. They just don't want to go on Thursdays, and I think there's a bit of playing like double dutch with TNA's deal and Collision's deal. Or Collision's deal with AEW's deal, not like a TV deal, but like what Tony Khan is planning on doing with fucking Collision. What's the deal with Collision, as Jerry Seinfeld would ask, right? Just like whatever's going on with Collision, I think they're just waiting, because they would put it on Thursdays. They seem to have stopped doing that. They just like to put it on after Dynamite, and then even some of these Dynamites, they're like, oh, well, it's a 2.5-hour one, and then Tony goes over 10 minutes, 15 minutes on the overrun. So I think they're just priming up to see like, how will a 3-hour Dynamite fare? We'll just call it Collision, and then TNA's likely ends up on Thursdays, and then that's why, because then they'll just get beat down. Collision will get fucking, people will mock them for losing to TNA on Thursdays. They're still going to mock Dynamite when TNA gets close. TNA, I don't think will beat them out the gate. I think it'll still take a bit to get, like, let's say TNA ends up on CW, which I don't know if that's going to happen either. I don't know if that's going to happen. And if it does, that's brilliant. But I could see WWE kind of being like, well, no, you guys go your own. Like, this is because what if TNA starts beating NXT and then on the ratings? And then they're like, what the fuck? You know, you worked us out of our deal, pal. Or like, we worked ourselves out of a deal. I could totally see them just in a partnership fashion fucking being like, we're not going to. Who knows, man? The TNA deal is like way more interesting than people realize, because of the fact that it could blow up in WWE's face in 10 years. I never thought TNA would get back to like where they're at right now, to where people are like, no, they're beating AEW. I didn't think we'd get, and Bound for Glory outdrew this pay-per-view. So it is what it is, man. I can't wait for those 3-day ratings wars between NXT, TNA, and AEW. I think it's going to be brilliant. So Tony Khan, speaking of him, he says whether he talks about whether he prefers doing afternoon or evening start times for pay-per-views. And again, he doesn't really answer. We know the answer. He prefers to do it when traditionally you do them. But he says, I think they're both great. It's interesting. Certainly, it's a very early call time for everybody involved for afternoon shows. And so it's a different kind of day. But the day ends earlier. So it just depends. I like them both. I think either way is good. But this is nice, WrestleDream being an evening show. In the sense of after a long week. And we've got a lot of things happening with the Jaguars and the NFL, Fulham, and the Premier League. And of course, AEW is having such a big year in 2025. And wrestling goes all year round, week to week. So especially during football season, it is nice if you could get a couple hours of sleep here and there. Spread too thin. If Triple H was like, I'm not sleeping, people would be like, that's why the products are spread too thin. Vince McMahon, Tony Khan, he can't even like answer a question directly. It's nice to just sleep, man. I'm dying over here. Shit, man. So, Tony, get some sleep, bro. You might come up with some better ideas. You know, and what we did see at WrestleDream already was the wife of Lou Thez was in attendance. I think, what was her name? Charlie? I believe, I'm sorry if I butchered. Charlie, something like that. And she is in attendance, the wife of Lou Thez, and he hopes to honor the spirit of pro wrestling in St. Louis with this event. And she's having a good time, and they're treating her well, and she thanked them a lot. And Tony Schiavone talked to her, and you know, AEW and Tony Schiavone were really saying on the pre-show, like, we like to honor the history of pro wrestling here at AEW, and da-da-da-da. And I'm all for that. You know, if they start like the Lou Thez tournament, it's kind of gross. If Tony just starts going after like people's widows and shit, and then like talking widows who like lost their husbands in wrestling, like, well, come be part of this and we'll honor him and fucking I'll give you money. I'll hire you.
Yes, guys, Tony Khan.
But if they do like a Lou Thez tournament or something, I don't know about all that. So speaking of tournaments, the Continental Classic, Tony was asked on the WrestleDream media call, and this is the problem with these marks too. They ask and suggest shit that's fucking dumb. Don't just do a women's Continental Classic just to do it. Just like Tony Khan's women's tag titles. Where are they? Who has them? He just announces them, and like, what's going on with all that? And he noted that it would be an interesting thing to try. No, he's like, please no. And you fucking sickos just want shit for the sake of it, like 2 Rumbles. Oh man, it sucks when there's a women's and a men's War Games. Okay, you fucking sickos want a men and a women's Continental Classic? Like, holy shit. One thing at a time. So speaking of one thing at a time, Raj said this is a weird one. Collision ranked higher than Dynamite on Wednesday. Same 18-49 rating. Collision had more viewers in the demo. That makes no sense. These new Nielsen numbers are a mess. Yeah, I don't think that they're entirely a mess. I just think that there is some analytics that needs to be factored in, like because it was a 3-hour block. Is it possible that some 2 minutes of the show went over? Like, it'll just be something like that, and it'll get straightened out, and their system seems to be a little flawed in that. Well, maybe not, because they released the early numbers, and then the later numbers are the accurate ones, and it seems as though that for wrestling is like trending higher, like the ratings end up being lower. So if these are like the early numbers, I don't know, it's Saturday, so maybe these are the accurate ones. But either way, the kinks will get worked out. Again, this is a new thing for Nielsen big panel, or at least as far as I'm concerned, I haven't really heard people talk about it really, but I'm not overly involved in, like, I don't do a hockey podcast, right? So, like, are they doing that for football? Like, were they doing that before? I have no fucking clue, right? I consume ratings talk, like, oh, the Canelo Crawford fight, just the MMA journalists, the boxing journalists, or whatever. ESPN will post some shit and say Netflix did this, and that's courtesy of Netflix or courtesy of Variety or courtesy, right? We all see it when they go, Superman did this, courtesy of fucking HBO. We look at the numbers, we fucking pretty much take it for its word. In pro wrestling, you have so many fucking swindlers playing around that it makes it tough. But I think this is like a new thing. So the kinks will get worked out, and maybe Collision did do a bit of a better number or something. I wouldn't even discount that. That's what I'm saying. You stick it after Dynamite, you call it Collision, and like let's say Collision gets built back up to where it maintains, like, the people who watch the 2 hours of Dynamite, all of a sudden they're watching 3 hours of Dynamite every week. That could be perceived as a W for them, and I just totally see them going that direction. They've teased it so much. We've had how many 3-hour Dynamites? I could see them saying this Dynamite will be 3 hours at the press conference tonight. Tony always saves little, just so everyone knows, we're doing a very special Dynamite. Like, he'll pull that out of his ass at the press conference. A 2 hour and 53-minute Dynamite. So yeah. We'll see it hopefully get fixed over time. When asked for an update on Swerve Strickland, Tony Khan said AEW is tracking his recovery process. Based on conversations he and Swerve had, he thinks he's on a good pace, hopes to have him back relatively soon. Yeah, I mean, is Swerve missing from their TV? Yeah, I don't think it would hurt them to get him back. And again, the match that we're watching right now, it's, if you guys are watching this in clip form or listening to this YouTube video in clip form, it's WrestleDream, and you have the Hurt Syndicate versus Gates of Agony. Again, though, we've seen these guys fight in a regular match, a hardcore match, and now this is like another tornado hardcore match. So they're just having like series of trios matches. And unfortunately, I'm sitting here like, didn't we just see this? Speaking of, didn't we just see this? Mercedes Mone here at WrestleDream, okay, they just announced last minute she is going to have an open challenge. Well, let's circle back to that. Actually, we have a lot of Monet stuff. So at the 36, speaking more about ratings, at the 38-minute mark, Khan was asked about the new big data ratings methodology by Nielsen and how it affects wrestling. Tony Khan said it will be interesting to look at and thinks they are overall having a really good year and some of the best results of anybody. What does that mean? We're having some of the best results of anybody in this new rating system. He said he's a part of a different sports leagues and is aware of the differences and trying to learn from them. They need to adapt to the changing environment. So just sort of a non-answer, but a professional one. But speaking of professional, Roppongi Vice beat down Big Boom AJ in front of Big Justice. Let's take a look at. Damn, so that was during like the tailgate or whatever. So that was kind of cool. They were in some local bar or what have you. Yeah, see, I called it. The Hurt Syndicate got their title back. Or their, not their title, sorry, their win back after. I'm all over the place here tonight. So WrestleDream, we talked about it in St. Louis. They were set up for 6,361. They distributed 6,050 tickets. So again, dude, you have
the best
to
guys, Tony Khan.
Look at Bound for Glory and go, holy shit. You know? Like, what is going on where TNA's pay-per-views outdrawn fucking WrestleDream? But this building does look pretty full for them. Like, I think the whole upper row is empty, unless I'm just blind here. But there was a video, though, guys. So they papered the house because TNA was accused of papering of up to half their tickets. Well, they didn't do that. That's taking it way too far. But if they fucking had a couple thousand people in there, 1,000 people in there For sure. Moose was like, yeah, if there was like 300 people that we papered, whatever. And that's not an L. Even here, like if Tony Khan, there's like 1,000 people in here, giveaways, family, friends, whoever you're trying to impress, whatever the fuck. Okay. I mean, I don't care. It's carny wrestling, right? I've said this as well. If WWE had, they just announced they did over 3 events in Australia. We had 43,000 people. Let's say 3,000 of those tickets were comped over the 3 days. Do you really give a fuck? It's not really an L. It's not. They papered the house, but saying TNA papered half the house, that's crazy. Well, again, just like I was proven right about, because again, nobody went out on a limb the way I did and said AEW's in the thousands of tickets comped. I said 3,000 to 5,000. If I had to estimate just based off what I'm seeing and what people have told me. And I had comments after I talked about this again. Brandon Thurston did the research. They papered that All In show. Okay, it was like 3,000 tickets or whatever the fuck. Maybe more than that, right? I forget the exact numbers. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter because we knew it. We all knew it. I use the analogy, hey, every year it's around Halloween. You go to one of these parties, someone's got jelly beans in a fucking water jug or in a jar. Everyone writes down how many they think are in there. Someone always gets roughly right or they nail it right on the head. We're all able to look and see. We look and see. It's PWT, right? They gave away fucking thousands of tickets for that shit. And we saw them comped. We saw video evidence. We played Lance Archer fucking handing out tickets by the handful and with Bobby Lashley at that MMA event. We have tickets at the front. You all just grab as many as you want. We know Tony Khan got mad about that video getting out there. Well, here's a video for WrestleDream, and I'm not shitting on this. I'm not saying they're giving away 10 million tickets. Okay? But here's a video for this is in St. Louis, okay? KMOV St. Louis. They have 145K subscribers 12 hours ago, 341 views, 0 likes. I'm going to go ahead and give them a like. The PWT universe supports papering the house. And then I'll leave a heart. Okay, so we're PWT universe supports paper in the house, okay? And we're gonna watch this here. This guy's giving WrestleDream tickets away here. Where's Steve?
Matt, what is better than watching wrestling on pay-per-view?
Actually being there live and in person.
There you go.
I knew it. AEW's WrestleDream is coming to Chaifetz Arena tomorrow evening, and you can be there in the seats. Plus, if you head to Beans and Brews Coffee House in Garden Prairie right now, Steve Harris might just give you some tickets for nothing. Steve, that assumes that you have...
He's at the fucking Beans and Brews there in St. Louis, okay?
Some left, of course.
I do. And, caffeine free, no. Free tickets, yes. That's what I'm into right now. Finished up my,
he's like this coffee. I ordered the Tony Khan special. The lady said this is great, and I'm fucking wired, boy howdy.
Revolver there. Look who this young lady came in the door just a little bit ago, said, got any tickets? I do. What's your name?
This old lady came in, you got any ticks? I said I do. How much you want to bet this lady did not legitimately fucking come here and go, I want tickets to
Wrestling's not fake!
And if she does, it's like for her son who still lives at home, who's like 37, or like her grandkids maybe. Okay? It's something like that.
My name's Dana.
And who are you going to take to this event with you?
My grandson.
I knew it. Her grandson. And here's the thing. She don't know what the fuck this is, but WWE ain't in town. And she knows like, oh, he's a wrestling fan. He likes the wrestling. And then she's going to take him down. He's going to see fucking the Rizzler's dad getting beat up. Fucking they'll be there 17 hours watching all these matches. He won't know the fucking guys. Maybe not. Let's listen. Maybe Great Day St. Louis does some journalism and discovers that he's actually an AEW fan, if they can even tell the difference.
Do you guys like wrestling?
You guys like wrestling?
does.
But you're gonna
He
like
does.
this. I'm gonna get one.
You see this shit? You guys like not all elite wrestling? Hey, do you know who fucking Jack Perry is? Hey, do you know the fucking guy who hey, here's John Moxley versus Darby in an I Quit match. Here's some highlights of Darby Allin. You think your grandson will enjoy this? Think about this poor woman's grandson is there. She thinks it's like, oh, it's like that World Wrestling Federation. Nope.
Dummy.
Oh, man.
Wrestling's for dirt bags and lily pickers.
They're at this fucking thing. They're 4 matches deep. They're like, what the fuck is going on here? Edge isn't even there. Nobody he recognizes. They're going to see Moxley fucking decapitate himself and bleed on Luthez' fucking poor old wife. Oh, man.
He does.
But you're going to like this. I'm going to get one.
He and his dad does.
He and his dad do?
Him and his dad. Well, we got 10 tickets. Oh, you're just in luck. We got 5 tickets for his dad.
Very good. Let me see. One. How many you need?
How many you need? Oh my God. I got a whole box of these in my fucking car, dude. They'll rule you. I got a whole box of them. How many you need, bud? You got any siblings? What about you got a husband? Oh, he's dead. Oh, we'll take a couple, leave him on his grave, okay? They'll be... Oh,
You what?
shit. This is so good. Oh, oh, really? Your son too? Well, here I got. Here's 12 for him.
Just 3.
Oh, let's see. I want to make sure you're sitting together and not with someone you don't know.
Okay.
1, 2. We'll figure it out later. The coffee's got me like, jazzed right now. I will make sure you get that. You got.
He mixed up the tickets. He fucking got. Who did he get them from, Tony? Quick, take these. Throws a fucking stack of them at him. They're all. He shuffles them. He's got a box of them. They're just spilling. He's got so many in the back of a fucking TV van. They're just spilling everywhere. He's grabbing them like a handful. They're all shuffled. Oh my God, man. You guys might not be able to sit together. Hopefully you guys enjoy this fucking not WWE.
Have a sandwich here. That's really cool.
Oh,
If you want a sandwich, I took a bite. I had a bite already. It's great.
I got to take it easy on the coffee next time, guys. But it's very, very good. It's very delicious out here. Actually, let me show you some things really quick, and we'll talk about the event. It's not just the sandwich. Look, you've got these pastries.
Yeah, so we have a baker. It's called Sam's Bakery. They do all of our pastries. We just got this cinnamon walnut bread in, and it is to die for. Everybody around here loves it. So, yeah.
I mean, I just had a sandwich. This stuff looks perfect.
Had some fucking Tim Hortons, bud.
Perfect.
You know what? We try our best.
I love that. Oh, got it. Now, while she did that, I was busy
Tim Hortons clears, buddy.
Making sure you had 3 seats together.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, there you go, 4, 5, and 6. Enjoy that show. I hope you do. It's a great show. And sitting over here in this booth, because I don't want to be on TV, but I would certainly like to have some tickets. And I think I was bothering her because she was trying to read and I'm talking. So I gave her some tickets. She's really happy about it. But here's the thing, AEW Wrestling.
After this, he went to a fucking school and just shot him out of a cannon by the wad.
Very, very cool. They were in Kansas City Wednesday, so this is tomorrow at Chaffetz Arena. Want to know how you can get your own tickets? You can't get out here and get them free. Well, it's AEWTix.com.
Want to know how you can get some tickets? We're giving them out here free.
You can go to the website, which is, allelitewrestling.com, chaffetzarena.com. And
look at this shit. Where's Steve? Free tickets to AEW WrestleDream, and then he just gives their website away. So you can just the day of call and go, hey, Tony. What a money mark. Oh, my God. Hey, Tony, I need some tickets, bro. You got 30? I got... Oh, man.
Another place you can go. The doors open at 5. The show is at 6. You'll see Dana there. You'll see Dana there if you go down there. And if you want to get tickets, you don't have to want to buy them. Come out here.
Listen, man, they're literally going, if you want tickets and don't want to have to buy them, come out here. Just come to the news station. We'll fucking give you them by the handful. Hold out a fucking pillow sack. It's Halloween, folks. Trick or treat. Tricks on you. You're going to AEW.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I fucking love it, man.
And I will give them to you for free because I still have some left to cut down off of this caffeine jab. I'm telling you what, it's good. It's real good,
Yeah,
guys.
he was with Tony. This caffeine, I swear. It's like really Colombian. Oh, that caffeine is so good. And I got a bunch of tickets from Tony Khan. I mean, he's not here. We definitely weren't hanging out before.
Real good.
Yeah, you're going to be awake.
Real good. He's legit. It's my bit right here come to life. Look at
It's real good, guys. Real good.
Yeah, you're going to be awake through the show tomorrow.
Do we need to send somebody to drive you back? Because I'm a little concerned.
He's still going.
Steve
Why
Gurley.
not?
Steve
It's
Gurley's been
Friday.
good.
Cheers, Steve. Thank you.
And the guy's like, he's just fucking yacked out of his mind, man. Nobody likes coffee that much. Jesus Christ. I don't even think JD from NY likes coffee that much, dude. There we go. Everybody go leave this fucking video a like and leave a comment from the PWT universe, okay? And let them know that we support AEW here and Paper in the House. Yeah, that was fucking amazing. That was AEW news for now. We got some more to get to. Let's park it for a sec. We've got Joe, Mercedes Monet, and I was gonna say Kota Ibushi, not Ibushi. We got Andrade, Monet, and yes, a little Kota Ibushi, and Samoa Joe is what I wanted to say. Samoa Joe news. We'll talk about that in a sec. Fuck, that was an amazing bit. Round of applause for that fucking segment. That was tremendous, man. I'm glad I found that. I'm glad I found that video. That was fucking hilarious. That was funnier than I thought it was going to be. And that I'm a wacky news guy. Oh, shit. That was good stuff. What's chat saying here? F1WGP7 for 5 says, happy birthday, Phil. Can't stay the whole show, but have fun. Dude, no worries. Thank you so much. I really appreciate.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, dude, Conrad Thompson followed me too. Followed PWT. How fucking funny is that, man? Oh, come on. That's not very fair to follow me now after all this time, Eric. Oh, that's not very fair. Head on over to youtube.com/@prowrestletimes and subscribe over there. Follow me on Twitter @prowrestletimes. Chat me up about why you followed me, Conrad. So good shit, man, and I am having fun. This has been a blast. That last little 2-minute clip was one of the funniest shits ever, and I didn't realize it was going to be. I don't watch ahead. I like to react live. I think my initial reactions are key. Some things I kind of think out before, but otherwise, yeah, this is a blast. So, and this match here, Fletcher's going. So what happened was Hurt Syndicate got their win back. I don't know what I'm at. I haven't put polls in the chat. I'm not tabulating wins or losses here for me for picks tonight. We have 255 plus people watching across X and YouTube. Thank you all. I'm also on the Times channel. I didn't make it members. The replay will be on that channel, but I just left it all open. It was last minute shit. So thanks everybody for tuning in, even though I popped on a little late. We got some more news. We got Joe news, we got Monet, and we got a little bit of Andrade, and then how it affected Ibushi. I've already talked about this. I talked about it on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, which is live on YouTube, my new podcast, my new show. It was a segment so nice that I decided to make it its own fucking show every week, and I'm so grateful to myself. I was gonna say I'm so grateful I did, but like I did it, so I don't know what I'm grateful to, but I'm just grateful people are enjoying it, I guess. And yeah, I have a blast doing it. I really do. On Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube, and then wherever podcasts are. And Brian Alvarez blocked me, and then Conrad Thompson followed me. So there you go. That's not very fair to get blocked. Those are my friends. Those are actually my pals, Phil. Chat me up about what you think made Brian Alvarez block you at Starcade89. And yeah, I'm having a blast with it, so make sure you guys check that out, okay? Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays 8 Eastern, live on YouTube. Yeah, Fletcher's like he gets good heat from the crowd. Look at the pace. Like he's not just going insane. Like he takes his time. I think he's like above his years, and they're just racking up names on his record without really fucking him up too bad, because he can kind of like lay in the cut with that faction, and he's not like a goofball. He's not out there like taking goofball losses and shit, you know. So Fletcher, I think one day will be in WWE and will be. I think he'll be something. I think he's one of these guys that in any company, any era, he's a prospect you'd want on your shit, you know? And so he's going to beat Briscoe here. It's going to go long, folks. And he's going to hit a million moves and he's going to kick out of a million moves. But he's going to beat Mark Briscoe and just keep racking these names up on his resume. And I'm okay with that. Wrestling Russ for 5 says, I swear I heard Dave telling Tony a story and said this one time in band camp, I stuck a flute in my pussy, Brian. Happy birthday, brother. Thank you, Wrestling Russ. I really appreciate that. I appreciate
Acknowledge me.
This one time, actually, I stuck a flute in my pussy. This one time, at my girlfriend's house, she smushed a banana on my face, Brian. The best guy. Isn't War Games in Dave's neck of the woods? Is it San Diego or San Jose? San Diego. What does Ron Burgundy say? Which means a whale's vagina. Yeah, San Diego. That's his neck of the woods, no? That's his foot of the forest, no? Not really? Yeah, I'm not... Double clothesline. Oh, man, that was beautiful. Yeah, I think you have some prospects there in Tekla and Fletcher for sure. Those are who I keep an eye on. Okay, sorry, we're just taking a minute here to watch some graps. Drink some iced coffee. Okay. You consider a 7-hour drive his neck of the woods. Okay. Because yeah, it's just I just want to know, like, he's gone to Tokyo for some of these fucking AEW news shows. It's like, are you gonna ever like go to a WWE event or like they won't give him a media pass, or he thinks that they need to suck his dick and approach him with one, and they've never done that. So his ego, I know there's something there with Dave that we haven't hasn't surfaced yet, and we're gonna get to the bottom of that. One way or another. Okay, so let's get into some more news here, guys. Let's get into some more news here, ladies and gents. You know what
Sometimes in life you got to be a hoe.
So let's take a look here. Andrade. So who screwed Andrade? Did Tony Khan screw Andrade? Did Andrade screw Andrade?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Or did WWE screw Andrade? We have a bit of an update on the stitch. So WWE reportedly reached out to Andrade after he started to make appearances in Mexico and in AEW and clarified that despite not receiving the usual 90 days pay following his release, he would still be subject to a period where he could not perform for other companies. So they reached out to him. Okay. Hopefully that's the end of it, right? Hopefully he just deads it right there. Okay, my bad. Didn't know. You guys are cool. I'm cool. And now they go, okay, so we're not going to sue you. We're just not going to pay you for this year. Okay, Tony can go and you can't wrestle anywhere else or else we will sue you. Okay, have Tony pay you under the table or some shit. Have Tony, maybe not that, but have Tony fucking pay you, dude. Like, just don't appear on TV, but still accept the Tony Khan money. Approach Tony with that. Tony should write a letter to WWE thanking them. Andrade, you should be thanking them that they don't sue the fuck out of people. For real. But, yeah, I would not want to go toe-to-toe with WWE's lawyers. But Tony Khan's lawyers, nope, I would not want to go toe-to-toe with WWE shit. But Mike Johnson said the initial belief within WWE circles was that since Andrade was cut outright, he was not going to be paid his 90 days and was free to perform elsewhere. After he began making appearances, WWE clarified that even though he wasn't getting the traditional 90 days pay, he's still subject to the 90-day period where he can't perform. One WWE source said the company was not going to have a system in place where someone could leave due to violating policies. So again, people are like, what WWE's doing is fucked up. No.
Stupid idiot.
You guys don't know the contract. Shut the fuck up. Dave doesn't know. Dave's just learning this all now. I study and learn. Triple H's top guys tell me, Brian.
You fucking mark.
None of that's true. They're lying. If you fucking breach your contract by failing wellness policies or if they fire you, it's like at a job, right? Oh man, my term came up and we split ways and I went and worked at Burger King after my McDonald's deal came up. Or you got caught stealing at McDonald's and they fired you for that. It's entirely different consequences in different situations. So yeah, he was fired for violating shit. So again, WWE's not in the wrong here. Tony Khan looks like a fucking dipshit, redact, and he should have had people, lawyers, read contracts and shit. It was described as a loophole WWE could not allow to exist. No shit. It's a loophole? Exactly. So you cover them. You cover the holes. You dot the T's, you cross the I's, and the lowercase J's. Or you dot those as well, I guess, and you make sure you mind your P's and Q's and shit. So Andrade could be kept out of the ring for 1 year by WWE is the word making the rounds in lucha circles today. That would be subject to whether the stipulation of this WWE deal could be challenged successfully from a legal perspective. I would just lay in the cut and lay low and just not. Andrade has been told that with being fired by WWE, he is in fact under a 90-day non-compete. Yet during the 90-day, WWE will not be paying him, and that's because he violated. So Andrade screwed Andrade, and AEW announcers were instructed not to mention Andrade's name or bring up the angle with Kenny Omega, which makes a lot of fucking sense. AEW sources. Now, it's funny because Dave Meltzer's been doing doom and gloom, and the dirt sheets have been doing a bunch of doom and gloom surrounding WWE and painting this narrative of because it's WWE's fault that they had Andrade under contract still technically, that AEW signed him and then creative changed and then Ibushi got hurt because of that. That's literally the dots that are being connected and put on WWE. Essentially what the narrative's been, and I covered this on Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. I've covered this on live shows previously this week, but it's basically they're painting this narrative of it's WWE's fault that Tony Khan and his lawyers didn't hired Andrade and didn't look over his shit and are incompetent, and that Ibushi got dropped by Josh Alexander and broke his fucking femur because creative changed. It's like, at what point does any accountability ever fucking go on Tony Khan? So AEW sources say that Andrade's absence affected immediate creative plans for Dynamite and WrestleDream, as well as Kota Ibushi's unfortunate injury. How did it affect that? How do you sick fucks, man? How do they do this? Oh my God, dude. This is why no one takes Dirt Sheets or Dave Meltzer or the IWC
Master
seriously.
need to obliterate.
When they do shit like this, it's like, you cannot sit here and say that because WWE had this man under contract and Tony Khan hired him and put him on TV without fucking doing his due diligence, that then led to Josh Alexander dropping Ibushi and breaking his fucking femur and almost deleting him, broken Matt Hardy style, forever. Forever, Shad Khan style, infinity, right? And then apparently the booking too, because people will go, well, yeah, he was put in that tag match. Alexander was put in there and he dropped him. I'm sure some schmarmy fuck like Alvarez would say that. Here's the thing, dude. Ibushi, the rumors were, according to Dave, that Kenny Omega and Ibushi were going to take on Alexander and Hechicero, or Alexander and someone else from the Callis family at this pay-per-view. So why the fuck was Ibushi wrestling Alexander? Well, because Andrade. You have 1,000 guys on your fucking roster. We watched the All Access. Britt Baker says it. Sometimes there's like 100 people running around backstage, 100 talent. There's 17 guys in the Callis family. Not one of them can fucking lace up and wrestle this collision match. And that's WWE's fault somehow, because they, like, when does accountability ever go on Tony Khan for any mess, any of this stupid shit? Not having the talent
best
under
guy is
control,
Tony Khan.
Contracting people who are technically frozen, freezing guys who don't fucking cause trouble or want to, or, you know, thought that their deals are up. Telling people what their creative is Thursday, and you have a pay-per-view on fucking Saturday, and they're like, what the fuck? Oh, I have to be in town? Like, when is he like, people being left at fucking airports? Like, when is he ever gonna fucking, when is any accountability go on Tony Khan? Or maybe is it because Tony Khan booked Ibushi that, and he said in interviews his legs are broken and they don't work or whatever the fuck. My legs fall off. What did he say in that interview? I always misquote it, but it was like to the effect of, my legs are done. And it's like, both of them? Shit, dude. Like, you mean like Buff Bagwell? Like, what do you mean done? You know? And Tony's booking him to jump off the top. Why is he taking avalanche F5s or whatever the fuck off, like, off the fucking apron, off the top rope on Collision? Like, why is he doing that then? Right before the pay-per-view and shit. Breaking his femur. Like, what's going on? When does any of that blame or onus go on Tony Khan? It's just ridiculous, man. So Tony Khan was asked about the situation pertaining to Andrade, and Tony said he has a ton of respect for Andrade. Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with this question? He left AEW in 23 and on a high note, and is excited for what is next for him. That's where he wanted to leave it. That's where Tony wanted to leave it. Well, he worked for us. He left on a high note. He's back. He's mine again. And, yeah, we're just not going to talk about what you're asking me about. He just, like, beats around the bush, gives some non-fucking answer. And why? Because he might get sued for this shit. Let's be perfectly honest. And, talking about being perfectly honest, ending tonight's pay-per-view is Samoa Joe. And, he talked about the ending of his career. And Samoa Joe, and I didn't bookmark too much of it because it's like, guys, Edge has said it. People tell Tony Khan, oh, I'm going to retire here. So they don't let him down when they need to get the fuck out of the company. Oh, I'm retiring. Then you can go back to WWE and be like, well, Tony, they called me and I answered the phone and I was like, sure, I was down with their pitch, you know? But I thought I was done. But Samoa Joe, dude, I don't think he'll entirely leave wrestling when he's done in AEW, even if it's like a retirement send-off. I don't think Joe will fully. I think we'll see him one last time in WWE. And even if it's on commentary or working in NXT or something like that. And with his movie schedule and all of that, at the time, WWE could not permit. They wouldn't give him the time for that Anthony Mackie thing the way he wanted, but now they will. They would totally do it. And in an interview with Conrad Thompson. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair. In an interview with Conrad.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Fucking follows PWT. So Conrad, Tony Khan says Samoa Joe, chat me up, Tony Khan. Oh, come on now, Tony. That's not very fair. I'm here for it. Eric, chat me up about Samoa Joe and how he still has so much time left with AEW. Says they will give Joe a perfect send-off when he decides to retire. So, Eric, chat me up about the NWO circa 1999. And while you're at it, head down to savewithphil.com and save 20% on Ozempic. Save 20% on women's tag titles from Belts by Dan. We're just plugging everything tonight. So Tony Khan says, we don't want to think about Joe's retirement yet because I think Samoa Joe still has years left with AEW, which is great. We will focus on Joe as one of the top stars in wrestling right now. We will focus on Joe as one of the top stars in wrestling right now. Now, is he still a trios champ? Is he still a trios champ? If they put the strap on Joe tonight, I will fucking stan AEW so hard, dude, for the next until he loses the belt. I will fucking stan the company, Tony. Okay. If and when the time ever comes for Joe to hang them up, I hope that AEW will be able to pay great tribute to somebody that is one of the most accomplished stars ever in AEW and one of the great champions in wrestling. Is he one of the most accomplished ever? I think Joe has one of AEW's greatest matches of all time, and that was against Punk at All In, Wembley. I think Joe is a proven draw for them. I think people have pulled statistics that although AEW's numbers were decreasing when Joe got their world title, he actually either maintained or increased the ratings. I believe we covered that on the show a long time ago. And his pay-per-view numbers, I think, were some of AEW's last good ones. Also, if you guys remember, when Moxley went to, I think, his hometown, or no. Moxley as champ, I remember he sold like 1,011 tickets or whatever in Cincy as world champ. But they went to, I don't know if it was Ohio. I can't remember where they went, but Joe challenged Moxley in that cage and Gabe Kidd showed up. But guys, remember, that was the first time Joe came back. He challenged Mox in the cage for the world title. And that was the first time Dynamite did a house of 5,000. Like 5,000, they sold 5,000 tickets for that fucking cage match. Like, how amazing is that? So, I mean, he's a proven, and they haven't done it again since. There ain't a 5,000 seats. There's 5,000 people at this fucking show. There's not 5,000 Dynamites anymore, and that was a rare one too. They're typically doing their, residency or like their 1,200 or 2,800 or, when Dynamite does like 4,000 now, 3,000 to 4,000, you're like, damn, good job. They did 5,000 tickets for that Joe Moxley show. Joe's the commodity, man. Have him beat fucking Hangman tonight. Do it. Fucking do it, dude. Don't be a goddamn coward, Tony. I'll fucking send you a case of White Claws, bro. So Tony Khan said if and when an AEW Hall of Fame is established, Samoa Joe would be a first ballot candidate. AEW WrestleDream media call. Yeah, if and when AEW establishes a Hall of Fame, they should do just a man, a woman, a tag team, and maybe honor like a legend in some way, give out something, just figure out a clever way, not something hacky, but like this award goes to, here's the thing though, man, it seems kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It seems like you're preying on people when you go to people's widows and are like, can we honor Luthez or Owen Hart? You know, I don't know the extent of the Luthez thing. I'm not shitting on that entirely, but I don't know. Find a way to like honor the Dave Meltzer Award for the most stars, whatever. Just don't like be overly indulgent with it. And that the most indulgent you can go is like, we're going to induct maybe people who aren't here anymore, who can't be inducted, or like we're going to induct indie people who like WWE haven't recognized, like maybe a night, like we're focusing on the indies, Nigel McGuinness maybe, and like this the independent wing, or like one of these names, like an Amazing Red. He really innovated indie wrestling, and a lot of the moves you see guys do that Seth Rollins does and shit today, you know, Amazing Red invented those shits, and he never really got his due. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think he's making money now again, but you know, there's guys like that who kind of you could go, yeah, they're the indie, like, or maybe a Ring of Honor wing, even. You could just play it that way and go, yes, it's the AEW Hall of Fame, but we also have the Ring of Honor wing, and just induct one person. Don't do like 7 people Hall of Fames and shit. Don't be overindulgent. Don't like start claiming history that isn't yours, you know. But yes, Joe, a first ballot Hall of Famer in my book. One of my favies of all time. Speaking of my faves, I fucking love Mercedes Mone. I'm starting to stan Mone. She's hilarious the way she fucking roasts Dave Meltzer. Okay. She makes me laugh. The way she leans into like people ripping on her dating Beast Mortis. She just fucking leans in.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
She leans into the like Ultimo Monet, like the Ulta Monet. You know, it just triggers people. Mercedes Ulta Monet. And it's in a good way. It's not like she's arguing with sickos like fucking Ricochet is or whatever. Like, she does it in like a Drew McIntyre kind of way, where she kind of just knows how to play social media well. And I won't lie, like, are the things I've said in the past about her true? Yes. But is she kind of winning me over a bit? Like, am I sitting here going, she's Ultimo Dragon? No, but it triggers people and everyone starts talking about it, and that's why they're doing it. And I'm okay with that discourse, right? And I'll also say this, man, maybe like I haven't looked through every single one of Ultimo Dragon's title wins and shit. Like, were they names of note? Like, maybe we could stack them all up. Like, okay, well, his 6th title was against this person. Her 6th was against this fucking nobody, right? I'm sure if we stacked it up, you'd probably give the nod to Ultimo. Especially because hindsight is always like the way we look at the legends and shit. But I mean, Monet's doing her damn thing, and it was just announced. Well, here, let's look at her entrance. So she came out to a Selena song live in Arena Mexico. CMLL had to dub it to her AEW theme for the broadcast, but shout out Selena, man. Someone made a joke at Justin Bieber's roast about Selena Gomez. They were like, oh, like Selena Gomez had to fuck you. Like, that's the worst thing to happen to a Selena in show business or whatever. You guys remember that? That's like a decade ago, I think. It's just like funny to me how all these wrestling gals, like, okay, you have Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan, and they're like mommy and poppy, they're doing the Latino thing because like they're banging Dom or whatever. Then you have Charlotte Flair, who's married to Andrade, and she's like, I have my Latino heat, poppy, and all this shit. Then you have Tessa Blanchard coming out dressed like she's from fucking East LA, gold teeth, rapping on Espanol. And then you have Monet, she's dating Mortis. Now she's fucking a Latina now too, and is fucking coming out to Selena. It's like, It's that fucking Eddie Guerrero dude, that Latino heat dude. That shit rubs off or something. So Ultimo Monet posted this, and this is her fake application to Bailey's seminar, and she goes, "Hey, Pama, I mean, Bailey, huge marker for you, and women's wrestling. Woulda love to train with you, 15-year pro, go, see ya, 10 belts, Monet, please approve of my application, I love how she changed her name to Ulta Monet. She should make it Ulta Monet, not Ultimo Monet, or Mercedes Ulta Monet. And it would just be a good play on words and subtle. Okay, so per Tony Khan, Mercedes Monet's opponent. Well, let's take a listen here. She wins the CMLL title. People keep going 10 belts Monet. No, bitches. She won her. If I'm not mistaken, this is what I mean. I'm a bigger mark for this shit than anybody. It's why motherfuckers don't want to challenge what I gotta say. People know I'm right about AEW. Motherfuckers know because I'm too autistic. I pay way too good of attention to this shit. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure we can just Google it. Actually, yeah, let me just ask Grok. Because I'm pretty sure she went to Denmark and won her 10th. And then didn't she beat Jody Threat in Winnipeg at Battle of the Burt? Or is that still coming up for her 11th? And then she won the CMLL gold. So then whoever comes out here puts their belt on the line too. And Grok doesn't get everything right, but how many belts does Mercedes Monet currently have? Because like Grok might just take what everyone's tweeting out. 10 belts Monet, 10 championships as of October 10. So no, dude, we're a week after that. So she has championships all over the world. They list them. Now, let's just see. They don't have her. Yeah, they have the CMLL belt. It says as of October 10. She might be 11 belts Monet right now, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? So it is 10, whatever. But she lays down an open challenge for WrestleDream.
I'm the TBS champion, the greatest champion of all time. Tomorrow night in St. Louis at WrestleDream, I'm issuing an open challenge.
Oh, she's not? Okay, she's not. Thank you, chat. She's not 11 yet. She hasn't faced Jody yet. So she's probably going to take Jody's belt. And we are ultimately, I could see Toni Storm winning this match that we're watching right now as well. Maybe she doesn't, because they're trying to help get Stat over, and Tony doesn't really need the belt, but I could see her winning it because ultimately Monet will beat Toni Storm and fucking get this world title to cap all of this shit off.
Any champion in the world.
In the world. Do you guys hear that I'm the fucking goat at impressions, okay? And some people say that they're hacky, but you can fucking, I think there's a reason the show's getting over. I can just break these motherfuckers down to a science.
In the world.
In the world.
That's right. I'll put up my
That's all right. I'll put up my TV title.
Championship against you. But let's talk about tonight.
Yeah, dude. So whoever shows up, Tony Khan confirms. Whoever shows up will put their title on the line when they face Mercedes Monet. That means she could win her 11th tonight, 12 versus Jody Threat. Okay? After last night's Arena Mexico win, longest reigning TBS champ Mercedes Fernando puts up the TBS title versus any champion, plus their belt. 10 belts Monet aims to set the record for most belts held simultaneously tonight. So if she wins, so they found some fucking local jabroni, some J-Brone, or who knows, right? Maybe Statlander defends against Tony and then comes out and challenges Monet, then loses, and they can get it over like, well, Statlander was all beat up or some shit because her match is going on first. Or they have some huge surprise lined up. Who could it be? Maybe it's the NWA champ again. Maybe he talked some fucking fed, the MLW women's. I don't know what's going on over there. Maybe he talked some fed into whatever. But basically, Tony realized, oh shit, if she wins, she broke Jade's record, and if she wins this belt tonight, Ultimo didn't even hold 11 or 12 belts or whatever the fucking number is, right? So he saw that stat and went, oh, we're gonna break that record with Mone. Now it is cool that Monet's the first, like, she holds the record for women, and is putting it out of reach. Okay. But her also breaking Ultimo's record outside of WWE, like, that's nothing to shake a stick at. And that is a legacy. Like, she really does care about pro wrestling, and that will leave. Like, that's legacy shit right there, you know? And sometimes legacy shit, look at people clowning John Jones in MMA. It's like, bro, you, like, even him, he's done everything there is to do, but him ducking Aspinall, it's like, bro, you're fucking, that's your legacy, bitch. You know, like, what are you fucking crying about? You say you can beat everybody, beat this guy, you know? And so Mone went out there and did the damn thing. Like, you know, a lot of people shit on Danielson. They're like, dude, Danielson said he wanted to go to Japan. And how many times did he go to Japan? And Mone actually went out there, and she said, like, when she left WWE, she's like, I'm gonna wrestle indies. I just knew. She said in an interview, like, I'll wrestle indies, AEW, Japan. I just knew I had to go to indies. She was saying that shit. She did it, man. And that, good for her. And that's like a cool, like, it's a cool in a kayfabe sport. It's like, oh, word, she more belts than Ultimo Dragon. Awesome. She was able to do that because of her time as Sasha Banks in WWE, and she will come back to WWE one day. As even if she never returns, she'll go get inducted there as Sasha Banks. I bet she could end up going back there as Mercedes Moné, just like Moxley. When he goes back, if he ever does, he will be John Moxley. I very much doubt they call him Dean Ambrose. And this is why I say that, because way back when Moxley and Jericho were trying to haggle appearing in the Rumble as AEW superstar wrestlers, and WWE was down with it, they were going to do John Moxley if that went through. They would have brought him in as Moxley and not Ambrose. So, but that's way back. Maybe Trips is like, nah, fuck that and fuck you guys. Maybe he's like, no, you're Ambrose or no dice. But yeah, we will see who takes on Mone. Maybe we will live react to it because it is WrestleDream tonight, and I'll tag it on to the end of this clip. Leave a comment and tell me in chat what your fucking reactions are to Mone's historic title accumulation, I guess. Maybe the Hardys held more tag belts than that. I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, that was AEW news. Ichi Nissan Da all together for Antonio Inoki. And for AEW news. Guys, so there's almost 300 watching across X and YouTube. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. I do a show called Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live on YouTube, and then it goes up on wherever podcasts are. You guys can listen to it as well in audio form. And yeah, thank you all for being here, man. You guys are all amazing. You guys can super chat in, become a member if you want to support what I do, or just hit like, hit retweet. Jericho's going to do a run in. We can hit 100 likes. I'm sure we can. It's my goddamn birthday. No, can we not get 100 likes for that at least? So I appreciate you guys so much. Round of applause for everyone who's here tonight watching WrestleDream. So this hasn't been too bad of a pay-per-view. A lot of the matches have gone too long. I'd be way more burnt out if we didn't have a blast doing a couple of chunks of news segments there, chat. So that was very fun. I don't think I babbled over anything other than like just too much wrestling. And I would be way more burnt out if I sat through the 0 hour and did news before that as well. Like, I'm not going to lie, because there's still like 5 more matches after this, I think. So like the 0 hours, although I do enjoy like seeing it all play out, and I did want to see Harley Cameron and shit, I gotta be honest. I think I can definitively say, like, we all have known this, but we gotta definitively like get it. We gotta like tweet this at Tony. I don't know what we gotta do, but someone needs to convince him, like, dude, less matches on your pay-per-views. It just means more. People don't get as burnt out. Because so far I'm like, this pay-per-view's not too bad, but when your pre-show is 5 matches, and then you get 5 matches deep into a pay-per-view. My biggest fucking qualm is that the matches go too long. The reason AEW will never escape that criticism is because every Collision, Dynamite, pay-per-view, their matches go too fucking long. There's never any shocking moments like we had with Gia Miller and Tessa Blanchard at BFG. There's never, I don't know, man. It's just always, the matches are going to go way too goddamn long. And so every Dynamite, it's overstuffed with just wrestling. The matches go too long. So the pay-per-view, you can't get away with that. Whereas in WWE, they announce like 5 matches, and then you can get away with doing longer matches on the pay-per-view and not much story, just the packages and shit, because it's, the TV shows are mostly like drama and shit happening, So I think the 6 to 8 minute, 6 to 10 minute, even 10 minutes is like, oh, it's going long, and people will go, it's TikTok brained and shit. No, it's not. People just doing moves to each other for 20 minutes. I'll explain why. Okay. Because what TikTok brain really is, it's not just, oh, you see one thing and then you keep going. It's you go on a social media app and then you scroll, you see one thing, next thing. Next thing you know, you were on that app for an hour and you're like, where did it all go? I didn't retain any of that information. I watched 7 million life hacks or like cooking fucking videos, and I couldn't name you one dish, and I don't remember any fucking life hack that I've ever seen in my life, right? And that's what happens, and that's what it is with these long matches. Like, you just drone out, 30 minutes went by, none of it was memorable, okay? And that keeps fucking happening. Oh, the sequence where Kenny hit the V-trigger into the lariat, into the fucking one-winged angel kick out, into the Oz Cutter kick out, into the one-winged angel reversal German suplex roll-up. Okay? No, that's what it is every fucking match. Even that Jack Perry Bucks match. I pointed out, you have them right here. That was like a 10-minute match, 8-minute match, that like, okay, we're in a striking battle now with Stat and Tony. It's like, no, that doesn't work because we've seen 4 of those already tonight. So that's all, man. That's all I'm fucking saying. But Storm and Stat working really well. I do love both of these ladies right here. And I'm like glad that Stat's in the discussion of like, she's a world champion. However, they don't do a good job of like keeping her involved in meaningful stories until it revolves around the belt. Then she drops it, then she goes away. And then they just have her like, oh, she's back with the conglomerate. Then she just wins the #1 contender. So, yeah. And then someone, Cash Monet in chat, says you can have a slow chess match like a Gunther match and it doesn't feel like a slog because it's not coming after 6 other 30-minute matches. Exactly. So then when you have, that's just it. When we watched Crown Jewel, I shit on Rollins for doing that diving headbutt because he's a fucking dumbass if he really hurt himself doing that. Because what, were you trying to upstage the Cena Styles match? You're not going to do that, bud. You're not going to do that. They went out there and did fucking everything. They did the flips, the moves. They kept it all in the ring. They hit finishers. They did we saw fucking, I don't even think there was dives in that match, but we did see a couple like, it was like you could even consider that a flippy. It was just spamming finishers and doing homage spots and hitting fucking butterfly, sit out butterfly drivers and shit. Like they were hitting each other with everything. I don't think AJ did like a flippy move, did he? I don't even know if he did his 450 splash. That's it, right? So, like, okay, all the other matches, you have to do different shit. Like Roman and Bronson kind of brawled around the ring and shit. You have to do different shit. And Rollins and Rhodes got criticized. Like that match, if that match was on any other fucking pay-per-view without the Cena Styles match, people would be like, oh, Rollins and Rhodes just stole the show. But it was like we got 2 matches where like they're doing everything. Rhodes was hitting top rope fucking Cody cutters and shit or whatever it's called, right? The crossroads. You can't be doing that, man. After Cena and AJ did what they did, you can't go out there and like, we're going to like elevate it higher. I just don't think it works that way. So, I just criticize the formatting of Crown Jewel personally, but you can't win every battle. WWE gets away with it because they don't fuck it up all the time. You know what I mean? They don't give you the Cena AJ doing everything paying homage to the last 25 years of pro wrestling. You don't get that all the time. In AEW, you have fucking Ospreay hitting AJ Styles moves, Dustin Rhodes hits Cody Rhodes moves. You have fucking everybody doing homage to shit in WWE. You have everybody doing every variant of a pile driver, every Dynamite. You see 3 different pile driver variants and shit. It's just none of it really means anything. And so that's exactly it, is that you can do like, okay, this match is going to have hardcore shit. This match is going to be like the crazy flippy 30 minutes of like false finishes and shit. But here's a single match and here's a tag match. And this tag's going to go 11 and this singles is going to go A tier. And then we got a backstage thing over here. That's how, and it all means something because we've told stories on our television show. We've used it to advertise this PLE. That's how WWE approaches it. Tony's just like matches for the sake of matches. More power to you, bud, but now people are saying you're behind TNA. There's less people here than we're at Bound for Glory. So I don't know, bro. So Stat gets the defense. Yeah, and thank you guys for the birthday wishes, man. I really fucking appreciate it. Are you guys being stingy with likes or what? What's going on with likes here, man? Let's check it. Yeah, Stats music slaps. Kind of, man. You guys are doing good. Giving Stat her flowers with the win, yeah. Yeah, thank you guys for your likes here. We have almost 300 watching. Yeah, so see, she's going to challenge Stat and then I called it like a motherfucker. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate that, everyone. So she's going to come out and challenge. And so the frat house are like her goons or what? And so she's going to take Stat's belt here, like challenge her after she already won a grueling match with Toni Storm. And then that way she doesn't beat Toni Storm. Then they can rematch, but then Mone will beat Toni Storm because Tony's got to win over her. Because it's Mercedes Mone Hogan. Mercedes Monea. I'm going to challenge you. And Tony Khan said it's okay.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Oh my God, these frat house guys with her, it's so cringe. Yeah, I knew it was going to be something like this, man. Because I'm like, who do they have a belt that will show up? You have to think about who has a belt that she doesn't have already that's going to show up and lose. Yeah, guys, run those likes up or your boy Jericho's going to do a run in here. Or else, unless you guys want that. Some people withhold for Jericho. We'll see. We're just listening in here to this. Oh, is she walking away? Ultimo Mone. Oh, God. Just trolling wackos. Of all the time, It's got to just be Stat comes out, turns around and comes out after she punked her. Okay, who is it? Oh, Mina, yeah. Oh, so Monet's going to take the Ring of Honor Pure title or whatever the fuck Mina has? It's insane that they brought Mina into AEW. She looks like a star. She's fucking gorgeous. Look at her little dance moves. Okay, just cute as a fucking button. And she's just going to drop her belt. Tony brought her back to, signed her from Stardom, stuck her in ROH, signed Sari, who Dave's like, Sari's the best in the world, Brian, stuck her in ROH. Fucking put that Yuka Sakazaki girl in the fucking video game, put her in ROH. Athena gets over on her own, puts her in ROH. Alex Windsor shows up, gets shoved down our throats, loses her title match, gets thrown in ROH. Hikaru Shida, thrown in ROH, disappears off the fucking face of the planet. What the fuck? Now Mina's here to just job to Monet. So it's an interim title for the women's TV title. So Monet's going to get both ROH titles eventually, if she doesn't already have the one. Yeah, huh. Ultimo Monet. They're putting in her name Ultimo. God, this is such a mark company for fucking Uber internet smart marks, man.
Fucking Mark!
Fuck, bro. Rabid Wolverine Celtics Killer 17 for 2 says AEW makes me so sad. Bro, I'm right. You said it right when I'm like, dude, that's her real nickname now. Like real on paper. Are you gonna update it on the fucking website, dude? Like, it is sad, man. Like, this is such internet fucking mark shit to even like put that in the graphic, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild! Yay!
So there you go, guys. Hopefully those likes get ranned up for that. Oh, yeah, and R.I.P. Duke Rufus, man. That is incredibly fucking sad. That is incredibly sad. Duke Rufus, he died at the age of 55 only, and he trains down in Milwaukee, and he trained like so many guys. Punk fucking train with Duke Rufus in his system and shit, and it's just tremendously sad, dude. Tremendously sad. And the bassist for Limp Bizkit, Sam Rivers, passed away, and so did Ace Frehley. And fucking Ace the Spaceman is the all-time, to me, dude. I'm a huge Kiss fan. I know a lot of people hate. I know a lot of people hate Kiss, but I'm a huge Kiss fan. So here we go here. Yeah, Monet and Mone are going at it again. It's going to take for goddamn ever for this match to end. I'm positive of it. Not that I'm like, oh, I want it to end, but it's like it's just not going to. It's not going to end in like a way where we're like, oh shit, it's just Monet's going to get this fucking belt. We already know it. Everyone's just a sacrificial lamb to Monet. That's all anybody is. And if you guys are playing, here, we'll do some more news in a bit here as well. Just, I don't know what we have. I'll look through my bookmarks, but mini Kiss, why people hate Kiss. People say Gene Simmons is just like a sellout and shit, you know? Which, like, I don't know what that means. Selling out is like doing something monetary, like that compromises, like creating a soda pop and selling 7 billion sodas and being like becoming Pepsi. That's not selling out, you know? It's like it's if it compromises your moral, like selling out isn't always monetary, you know? Like you could like sell a person out. So as far as where Kiss sellouts, like I don't know. I think they just tried to make different music and evolve with the times, and you know, they just saw that every decade has like a different sound, and I think they just try to keep up with that. That's all. But I love Kiss, man. They just have just party song, like it's just shit you can throw on, you know. So we're gonna do, let me look through Phil Mike's book, my yarks, and see if there's another segment. I have some great fucking segments lined up for this week of shows as well. You want to become a member, 99 cents. Member Monday, PWT Live Wednesdays and Saturdays. This Wednesday's show will have Yeah, I muted myself. I fixed it. Here we go. But yeah, so we will do on Wednesday though. Yeah, that will be an amazing show. Maybe we could do the Sicko segment stacked. We might have to do it today. Okay, it's Sicko Saturday. We'll do it. We're gonna do a Sicko segment tonight, and of course, Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. You guys know that over on YouTube and then wherever you listen to podcasts. And then Wednesday's show will be fun as well and will be replenished. But become a member. Member Monday, I might do whatever WWE news we haven't covered since last show. WWE and TNA there. Say what you want about happy birthday. Thank you guys all for the fucking birthday love and all of that. I really, really, really appreciate it, man. You guys rule. Where's a good sound I could play you guys that we haven't played today?
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Chris Walski became a new member. See, that's how we're earning fucking subs and memberships here tonight. Chris Walski, a new member. Thank you so much. And you guys can gift memberships as well. Everybody acknowledge Chris Walski. Welcome.
Acknowledge me.
And Member Mondays are where it's at. I always give you guys members only show. And if you're a patron, and there's tons of exclusive shit on Patreon, but if you're a patron, you also get access to the Member Monday shows. And those are fun as fuck. And yeah, sometimes we do news on there. Sometimes we pull the curtain back a little. And also, if I ever miss a Monday, I always make it up, like whether on Tuesday during the day or just whenever the fuck. And we typically watch Raw together, but sometimes I like to go early and just like EFAP shit. So Member Mondays rule. Make sure you guys are members. If you support PWT, or just hit retweet or whatever the fuck. Love gun, you pulled the trigger of my love gun. I was listening to some Psycho Circus today on my Halloween playlist. I also have a YouTube channel where I review movies and I react to trailers and I make top 10 lists and shit. And it's called Phil Marks Out. And it's also a podcast and shit. YouTube.com/Phil Marks Out. And I have music playlists up there, like what tunes I'm jamming. I have a Halloween playlist that's public. You guys can check out. And yeah, there's like almost 200 songs in there curated by me and musical drops and shit. Just Halloween vibes, okay? You guys can grab that, and there's songs and all type of shit in there. Underrated Kiss record. Yes, sir. Psycho Circus rules, man. Sasha main evented Mania. Yes. She's done a lot, man. We'll do a Sicko segment. I try to watch Mone's matches in their entirety to judge, because they're like, she's the best wrestler in the world. That's what people say. And I'm like, I think Io is, personally. I think Io right now at physically doing pro wrestling, she's the best. The whole package, Stephanie/Rhea, I think, are two of the best in the world. I mean, you could argue. There's where, Bailey, you could probably argue, is like, Bailey's like that vet with fucking, she just knows what she's doing, She's not doing like the craziest shit of her career, like the most compelling. She's not on an Ultimo Monet run, but she's just like an incredibly solid hand and can do it all. So maybe you could argue like a Bailey is up there. The total package. I think right now Steph's my favorite. Stephanie Vaquer. Steffi. But Sky is a close, like, two. Like, Sky, I think, is just number. I think everyone agrees. Like, Dave, Brian, your boy Philly Phil over here. Who else? Everyone in chat. We all agree, right? EO's that bitch right now, right? I think we're all in the same. Monet is fine, but you compare her to Io or Rhea or Vaquer? Yeah, no chance. No chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. No, I'm with you guys. No chance on that one. The funniest is like Mone's hair or wigs or whatever. Just how they get. Like, she looks good when she comes out there and makes her entrance, and then like halfway through the match, her fucking shit starts falling apart or folding over the wrong way, or it wasn't glued down right. I don't know what the fuck, but her shit starts looking silly. Whoever's been making Mone's like last few gears as well has been on point. I don't know if it's different people or what, but her last couple gears that she's worn on Dynamite and on pay-per-view and shit, like this is really fly shit she's rocking right now. And they just need things like, oh, you know, we talked to Mone earlier in her preparation for this match in Open Challenge. I asked her about what it takes to, or you need like a heel going like, I asked Mone what it, you know, you just need little, in those breaks, she does like a full mount, they get off each other, and then fucking the commentary goes, oh, and then there's just like a second there where they're not saying anything. And it's like, tell a story, use that time to tell the story, tell the viewers at home what they need to know. Fuck, you're called color commentary, right? Like, color me a fucking, paint me a picture here that I'm not already seeing. Okay, roll up. Okay. Let's see if Mina really drops this fucking belt, dude. Oh, she's got her in the thing. Hit her with the spinning thing. It's done. Mina grabs the bottom rope. Damn. She sold that really well. Look at Mone's bangs. They're going up like she looks like a fucking Pokemon or something, dude. Speaking of Kiss, she got fucking Ace Frehley hair, dude. Holy shit. Ace Frehley, we thought you fucking
Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe.
What's going on? Mercedes Moné hair said.
Yeah.
Oh, and guys, go and check me out on the Blattcast. My friend Christian DMZ. Okay. Go and check me out on the Blattcast with Christian Blatt, Husey, and Dr. Steve. And we fucking talked about Peacemaker. And it was a fucking blast. And yeah, go and check that out. That's on YouTube, the Bladcast. BLADT cast. And I was with my friend Christian there. And he lives in old Los Angeles. And him and I link up and we react to movie trailers, and we reviewed Peacemaker, like the series, and it was fucking hilarious and awesome. And we dabbled a bit. If you guys are into like Dabbleverse shit, we talked a little shit. Talked about Shuley and fucking, we made fun of Stuttering John and shit. Of course, because how do you not? But here we go. Monet won it. A roll up. She did like a backslide or whatever the fuck. Cheated, used the rope, I believe. and won that title. She cheated, won another belt, and won the interim. So this is the interim Ring of Honor champion, like a television champion. And Mina wasn't. So whenever the television champion is back from injury, Mercedes Moné is going to have to challenge her to unify and like become the undisputed TV champion, because Tony Khan's too much of a fucking moron to just strip the other champion and make Mina the interim champion. Like, his booking's so bad that he made someone the interim champion, and then that interim champion dropped the interim championship to somebody. No, you're not supposed to drop the interim title to people. The interim is there till the champ comes back, and then they fight for undisputed, and then you end it all. If the interim champ, like you know, why wasn't Mina promoted? Like, Tony doesn't, when he tries to do sports-based shit, he doesn't even know what he's doing. And I fully, wholeheartedly believe Monet will beat Statlander. And they just did that. Like, they were smart in the way they did that, where Tony Storm didn't have to lose to Monet, but Stat will. And yeah, dude, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, just way too predictable. Oh my God. So this is the problem too. We have the tag team titles are on the line against Okada, who's the Continental Champion or the Unified Champion or whatever, which is the fucking dumbest belt ever. And Takeshita just won the New Japan World title. He's the IWGP Heavyweight Champion. So Takeshita's teaming up with Okada, so they both have belts. And then they're challenging for tag belts, which I think they're going to win. And I don't think Brodito was ever supposed to be serious. And then you have Takeshita and Okada are going to win this. And they are doing a good job. I've put it over that Takeshita, like, you know, throughout Dynamite and shit, it is noted how, like, Takeshita and Okada, they don't really get along. And everybody knows that Takeshita is viewed as the next Okada. And now he has Okada's old title. Zack Sabre Jr., if I'm not mistaken, I think he beat Ospreay, or did he beat Okada? Sabre Jr. was the champ, whatever. Takeshita won it from him. And now we're going to get to a point where it's like Okada and Takeshita, like, he's going to pass the torch eventually. Like, Okada's first, because he's undefeated in AEW as well. He hasn't lost. So his first loss will be to Takeshita, if it hasn't been already. Has Takeshita beat Okada? I don't remember, but there's going to be like a passing of the torch moment there. And it's like Okada is somewhat like jealous of him, and they've teamed before. They're both in the Callis family. There's enough of a through line to where this is like a compelling match, or like a compelling storyline. And then the way they got to the tag titles is stupid. Like, these guys beat the tag champs for a shot at the tag champs. So, like, why the fuck didn't they just win the belts then? It's stupid. And if it's 50-50 booking, it's stupid. Putting the tag belts on guys who already have fucking world titles and shit is stupid. Takeshita coming out after Okada's fucking stupid, because he's the world champion of this other company that you would fucking threw a parade for Moxley for. So there's no consistency in, like, oh, we're going to glaze the New Japan World Champion to death. Like, when Moxley had it, they, you know, helmed him, deemed him, like, higher than fucking Swerve and shit, who had their world title. So, again, just inconsistency with AEW, but I'm glad Takeshita, like, I'm here for Okada and Takeshita, and I like Takeshita, and I'm glad he's, like, their world champion, and I'll tell you why, because none of you motherfuckers are watching Tsuji or Evil or Zack Sabre Jr., or any of these guys, right? But Takeshita, we all can agree, like, okay, he doesn't have any on him either. Callis is doing a good job of a couple of his guys are like the bullshit on the show, and then, but the majority of his group is like, okay, they're developing, like Takeshita, Fletcher, some of these guys, I don't know. Okada, like he hasn't been. He's had some of AEW's better matches, like on pay-per-view. He's phoned it in on TV, been a part of some cringe shit. But at the same time, like he's not completely washed like Ibushi being shoved down everyone's throats. Like he can still go. He's just not. I didn't blame Rusev for doing the same thing. You know, when Rusev showed up, he went, but he just didn't want to like fuck around. So Okada's there every week, and when he's on Dynamite and shit, everyone's like, he's phoning it in. Well, yeah, he's probably like, whatever. What am I gonna fucking break my neck for this? There's 1,200 people here. You know, what am I gonna, do one of these matches I did against Kenny every week? Fuck no, I'm chilling. So I kind of respect that. Maybe Okada's preserving himself because everybody knows he loves WrestleMania. He's a huge WWE fan. He wants to have a WrestleMania moment. Like that's something that he's talked about. And, Dave Meltzer speculated on, allegedly. I interviewed him, So maybe he's just like, yeah, I'll preserve myself, make ungodly money, go have a one-off in WWE, sign a 1-year deal with them for my retirement tour or whatever. I could see that with Okada. He's cool enough to do it. And then Takeshita's a guy where, how old's Takeshita? He needs to get to WWE one day, right? But as of now, him doing shit in New Japan, TNA, AEW, it's cool with me, man. CMLL, he's got 3 contracts. I fuck with Takeshita. Konosuke Takeshita age. 30. He's only 30. So, man, he could keep doing this for like 3 more years, go to WWE, 5 more years even. He's got plenty of time. And WWE skews older if you take care of yourself, Some people saying like Okada's contract is the biggest waste of money in history. You could definitely argue that. And that's not even his fault. It's not that Okada's not worth a big bag, but you need to put him in creative situations and give him the ball and let him try and score a touchdown. Like you need to set him up. Like at what point do the promoters and the bookers need to promote and book to where it's good too? Like it's not just all fucking, and I'm not saying like he should be able to draw better and make better and learn to say no, but man, if you gave me Okada money, this will be an AEW Presents Pro Wrestle Times podcast. No. I couldn't sell this out. We talked about selling out earlier. I couldn't sell out PWT, but if I would fucking do an AEW show where I promoted it and talked positively about it and honestly pointed out shit that I thought was good. If AEW was like, here, we'll give you money to fucking, but I just couldn't like transform PWT. It just has to stay what it is or I would be sick with myself, and just evolve the little ways it has. Like Dave Meltzer becomes a show. I'm working on some new bits that I'm thinking you guys are going to like as well that are going to show up on Saturdays and Wednesdays. They just take some prep. So I'm going to introduce them soon. And Bandito's just fucking, he can't stay healthy. He keeps getting hurt as well, but he's like, he does crazy shit, man. He does all these crazy flips, all these crazy power-up moves. He's like, he can do all these crazy flips. He does a fucking fall-away moonsault off the top rope. Like, holy fuck, man. He does the one-arm, I've seen him one-arm gorilla press guys and then throw them out of the ring, then dive on them right after. Bandito will do shit like, he'll do like tornado rack bombs and shit. He'll fucking and he flips and shit. You know what I mean? His finisher's the deadlift suplex. So his body's banged up. Like how long can he keep firing on all cylinders like this? And he's a guy WWE wanted, man. And Bandito's cool as fuck too. But what I'm trying to point out, you notice that Okada and Bandito starting slow. Top guy speed. Okay, they did a couple little flips. Okada stops that. That's the psychology. Get the tag. Let Takeshita try and keep Bandito grounded here. They're squaring off with each other. I think, isn't Bandito the ROH world champion as well? So, like, this moment is like, should be like a holy shit. Oh my God, what a crazy fucking everyone on their feet, the ROH and New Japan champ. But instead, it's just some bullshit. Unless I'm mistaken. Did Bandito lose it? Can't remember who won that shit. See, they shouldn't have faced off like that because then they removed the psychology I was trying to put over. Okay, quick flippy move. Here comes Brody King. Again, we've had 2 tag matches as well on this show already. 2 traditional tag. So this is the third. How many fucking tag matches are you going to put on one show as well? There needs to be checks and balances like that. If a whole show is triple threats, that's fucked. If the whole show's tag matches, I think the only thing you can get away with doing more than like 3 or like 3 of is a fucking singles matches. But even then, one of them's got to be gimmicked up. So we've had trios, tags, all this shit. What more can this tag team really do? Can these tag teams really do that we haven't seen? They're just throwing Japan-style spinning tornado. Like Brody King needs to stop the fucking, I'm going to do a twirling forearm. No, dude, just glom him fucking Vader style. Like, elbow in the corner. Okay, what are we doing here? We should do, I want to do a sicko segment. It will be a Hardy one, though. I'm sitting here like, is this the match to start doing it through? What matches are left? We have the I Quit, and then we have the world title after this. So again, yeah, pre-shows, I think as a rule of thumb, I'll still stream during them and do news before them. Like I wanted to do all the news tonight before this fucking PL even started, but we just didn't get to it. But let me think here. None of it's too pressing other than, yeah, the sicko segment's hilarious. So we got to do it. And then some of it's like dark as well. So we're going to do it. It is Sicko Saturday. But the pre-shows are just like, I couldn't imagine tacking that. Well, I can imagine because it's every AEW pay-per-view, but Tony should just figure that out. Cut a bunch of these matches out. I like that Tekla and Hayter got some shine. Didn't need to be on a pay-per-view. The FTR match did not need to bleed over onto the pay-per-view. The Gates of Agony and Hurt Syndicate did not need to be on pay-per-view. That 500K match did not need to be for 500K. And then I'd keep the rest on pay-per-view. So everything the same. And I love Tekla. You guys know, dude, I glaze Tekla. And I love Hayter too, but I think just since her return, it just hasn't been the same. I don't know what it is, man. It's just something ain't clicking the way it did during her first run in AEW there. But Tekla's got the sauce, man. But that's like I don't know. I'm glad it was on the pay-per-view, but like how many more people saw it than would have saw it if it was just on Collision or Dynamite or some shit? I don't know. But so yeah, that and Hurt Syndicate, I would have just kept that off the pay-per-view entirely, kept these other matches on the poster. I would have shortened the length of time for the Luchasaurus Young Bucks match. I would shorten the length of time that this match will probably go. I would shorten the length of time that that Fletcher and Briscoe went. I would have kept Storm's stat the way it was. Even Mone Mina. That match was fine. Didn't go too long. Good finish. Just like some drama to it. She cheated. Is she really 10 belts, Mone? You know, that sort of thing. That's cool. And Bandito's just madness. And then yeah, I'm sure Joe and Hangman will do their thing. That's not going to go 30 minutes. Okay, Joe and Hangman Trust me. It'll go a little long, but it'll be like that Punk fucking Joe match at All In, right? It doesn't have to go too long, but it's over as fuck because it's Joe. And otherwise, yeah, this PLE, honestly, not too bad. Better than All Out Toronto, in my opinion. Maybe that's just me. So far, I know that I Quit match is going to make me want to quit. It's going to make me wish I was dreaming. I was wrestle dreaming for sure. Everyone, hit like, subscribe, hit retweet, give it a heart if you want to support PWT. You guys can become a member for only 99 cents. Gift a membership, super chat in, or check out my patreon.com/prowrestletimes. So these guys are doing like outside shit. Right back into the ring for them. So yeah, it's 9 p.m. my time. We've been this PLE's been on for almost 3 hours. So it'll be like 4 hours. But I think the I Quit match is going to go forever. And then the world title match will just be like, it'll steal the show. Because Hangman ain't bad. But, if there's a bunch of schmozzy bullshit after, It's like Hangman ain't bad. It's not like he's not a good wrestler. And, like, it's just because Joe's about to go. He's not going to do any, like, he's not going to do bullshit. You know, it's going to be a fucking Joe match. It's going to rule. Oh, no, they're doing the fucking Macarena, man. Oh, God. This is the shit Takeshita needs to stay far away from. Yeah, so like if this show goes like 5 hours or whatever the fuck, it's because that I Quit match will go like an hour and a half. You know what I'm saying? Okada's pretty funny, dude. And they like cut the Macarena off, and then he started like flipping them off while doing like, look how slow Okada works, and he just works over Bandito's arm. I'm telling you, he's just preserving his body and going top guy speed because he's gonna like sign to WWE when he's like Jeff Cobb's age. Jeff Cobb is in his 40s, right? He's gonna like sign then, and then go hard in the paint and have bangers with like Gunther and shit on pay-per-view. PLE, you know. Hopefully. That's me fantasy. Hey, I fantasy Mark book Jericho, dude. He's going back to WWE for sure. Like, there ain't no way he doesn't, right? Oh, Julian. King Dingaling for 2 says, did you see Jim Carrey gonna play George Jetson? Bro, not only that, but, well, yes. Okay, first off, Jim Carrey playing George Jetson actually rules. I'm actually okay with that. And you need an outlandish guy like that to play George Jetson. It needs to be somebody cartoony almost, you know? And they did The Simpsons before with some faces and names that were recognizable. And I think Jim Carrey as George Jetson could really work well because he's so cartoony, and it's like he'll make they're in like the future and flying cars and shit, but he will make it seem grounded and like, cause he's an actual good actor and shit, right? So here's the rumor though, right? I just watched all the Nightmare on Elm Streets. The rumor is everybody says Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is the best one. To me, overall, all the Nightmare on Elm Streets are fucking pretty shitty. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Like overall, if you stack them up to Halloween's or Friday the 13th or some of these other franchises, the Freddy's overall is like, it's just campy horror shit, and the practical effects in the earlier movies are awesome. They started CGI and shit. It got kind of whack. The remake where Rorschach from fucking Watchmen was plays Freddy. I mean, he does an okay job, but it's just not a really good. It's not a good script. I don't think it's just not a good movie. His approach to Freddy's okay, where Freddy leans more into like he's not a funny guy. You know, like Freddy will like cut a blind kid's ear off, then be like, "Good, nice to hear from you," you know. And then the remake, like the modern version of Freddy or whatever, not New Nightmare, but like you guys know what I'm talking about. That one. Instead of that, he's just more of a perv, like more of like a P3DO, which is like a good take because that's what Freddy is. But I just don't think overall was that good of a movie. And but they're talking about the guy who directed The Third, everybody's favorite. And I just think it's everyone's favorite because that nurse with the big tits. Okay, let's be honest. When they start doing magic like the Avengers and the wheelchair kid walks and they're in dreamland, it becomes a little Magic School Bussy, but I digress. That dude, though, is talking about doing Freddy Krueger. He wants to get back on the train, write a new one, all that shit, and that Jim Carrey should play Krueger. That's the guy right there. Okay? If it's not going to be the original, then it's got to be Jim Carrey. I think that is so perfect. He would nail it. It's like the weirdness of it, the cartooniness of Freddy, like the funniness of him while still being kind of sadistic. Again, Jim Carrey can really act. He can really play crazy. Even you look back to like Tim Burton's Batman. Well, I don't know, like that universe rather, and he played the Riddler alongside Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face, and even that sort of like crazy, I don't know, Jim Carrey would fucking rule as Freddy Krueger. I think that's the only guy. The only guy, if you're not going with Robert Englund, you have to go with Jim Carrey. That's the perfect name. Here we go. Brody's heating up here. And thank you for bringing up the movie talk. I have a channel called youtube.com/@FilmMarksOut, guys. I react to movie trailers, talk movies, geek out about comics and fucking Peacemaker and all that shit. And over there, I have a playlist too of me like everywhere I've popped up doing other people's shows and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's public yet. I've been making the playlists over there public. I have a sweet Halloween playlist too. I think you guys will fucking love. Honestly, you can just grab that, put it on shuffle, and it's just sweet sounds of Halloween. Is WrestleDream still on? It is. Take out the P file stuff. No, you can't change that about Freddy or else write a new movie. You know, just make some new shit. Because it's like it's part of like who Freddy is, man. He hurts children, right? Whereas like Michael Myers, if you look at Rob Zombie's rendition, he was hurt as a child. He was a child hurting. Freddy's he hurt children and they hurt him for that, and it's his revenge and shit. It's part of him. You have to keep that aspect of him, I think. Otherwise, it's just like go make Insidious 7 or go make The Dream Eater or some shit, you know? Rabid Wolverines LC Coach 17. Good night, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support always. I appreciate always seeing you here for PWT shows. Appreciate everybody. 320 plus watching across YouTube and X, guys. Love it. Thank you guys so much. Huge turnout. Started late. Fashionably late. Okay, there was like a backslide. We're going to do a sicko segment here too. So if you guys like the Phil Marks bookmarks and don't really care about my commentary on fucking movies and whatever crazy move Bandito's doing. Me just popping every time Bandito does something crazy, you know? And guys, that's also what makes Freddy versus Jason. That's why Freddy's the bad guy in that too. It's the psychology. That's why that movie did so well. Because Freddy versus Jason, Freddy's the heel. Jason has to be put dormant. Freddy's sort of always dormant. He just exists in dreamland. There's no real ever killing him. Doesn't matter if you pull him out in the real world and kill him. He always finds a way back. He's like a dream demon. So he haunts Jason while Jason's asleep and all of that. Then they cross the lores over, like Elm Street, like the camp counselors were from at Crystal Lake were from Elm Street. But then Freddy's the heel, though. Why? Because Jason was left to drown. He was a hurt child. Freddy hurts children. Freddy's the heel in that movie, you know? It makes perfect sense. Like, so you can't remove that aspect of him, you know? And we have to stop this thing too. And I'm not saying chat's doing this, just in movies in Hollywood. Stop making us, like, what are these movies? Wicked for good. No, stop making all the evil fucking people good guys. Okay? I don't want to see Aladdin where Jafar's like, oh, he's just misunderstood. No, he's a creepy old fuck. Okay? Freddy Krueger, like, oh, he's just a misunderstood guy who would never, that cannot happen, you know? Fuck, man, Bandito just goes hard in the paint. And then Aubrey Edwards with just those, I'm going to jump 4 feet in the air. Tony Kruger invades our dreams with horrible wrestling. Oh, man. With very long,
guys, Tony Khan.
Very long, drawn-out wrestling, you know? Can't believe Phil watched Wicked. You know, I actually didn't. I have not seen it. My wife had, I believe she had the, you know, the girl, all the girls in the family over and whatever. They had a little movie night and it was on in the house, but I didn't, I actually didn't watch it, but they said it was good. You know, I'm not even shitting on the movie overall. It's just what I seen online looked fucking terrible, you know? But it's like, what are these movies? Maleficent. I don't know if Maleficent did it, but, you know, they make movies about... They made that Mufasa Lion King movie, and it basically... Mufasa wasn't actually in the family, so it kind of retcons, so he was a dick. Like, Scar should have killed him then. You know what I mean? Like, well, if you, like, feel for Scar, you're like, well, Scar's not a bad guy. He was, like, overthrown by this outsider and shit. It just ruins these fucking movies. It's like, stop. Like, making us like the villains, you know? That's not supposed to happen. And they're not doing it as much as they once did, but, like, you know, there's a lot of virtue signaling going on fucking a few years ago in movies that has sort of subsided, I think. And there was a lot of that fucking, like, oh, the bad guy, you know, Dahmer wasn't so bad. You guys remember that show? There's like an Ed Gein one right now, or Ed Gein, or whatever the fuck. He's actually a good guy if you really look. Or we turned on Netflix. Me and my wife put on the BTK Killer. Like my dad was the BTK Killer. And I shut that shit off like 10 minutes in. I was like, man, I'm not about to sit here and have this bitch tell me get money for this fucking Netflix documentary. And she didn't say shit till Stephen King wrote a Netflix movie or whatever, straight to Netflix movie, like about where the BTK Killer was the inspiration. He gets a bunch of fucking money. She pops up and is, oh yeah, you know, I'm telling my story. She's like, only I can connect the dots of my fathers. They can't put the pieces together. No, bitch. He got fucking he murdered people in the 70s. He got arrested in 2005. If your dumbass could piece it together, he'd have went to jail in 1983. You know? So I don't know. I was like, this is just kind of like putting this shit on a pedestal. I don't really fucking like that, you know? I don't like humoring or like, yeah, I don't know. It's just me. Maybe that's just me, but I watched The Perfect Neighbor though, and that shit was heart-wrenching. Shows you guys how interested we are in this tag match where they're just, I've seen way too many flying knees with leg slaps, thigh slaps. Could feed a family with all these chicken thigh slaps. But yeah, that fucking The Perfect Neighbor, dude, that shit was heart-wrenching. That shit was heart-wrenching just because it's so real, you know? It's just body cam footage, but like real life body, the whole story can be told through all the footage that they accumulated of this fucking Karen calling the cops all the time to her house. And it just, I don't know, man. It won all these indie film awards and shit, and I came out yesterday. I threw it on. It's worth it, man. But you just, it fucking makes you angry, dude. You're just like, oh, God, you know? Like, you just, it fucking infuriated me. At one point, too, I had to, like, pause it. I was like, I can't, but, like, I was so fucking just mad at this woman in this movie, you know? The BSK killer, Bone Street Crew. Yeah, this match has just lost me, man. And now it's like we got to sit through like a 30-minute I Quit where they like do weird Halloween shit. They do weird pumpkin carving shit to each other. Oh, they just botched that 4-man German, but all good. Yeah, the crowd's red hot for it, man. Yeah, that shit was really cool. It all started when, like, Takeshita does the deadlift, the wheelbarrow German, and then when Okada cut that dude off with the drop kick, Bandito, that was sick. And Bandito just violently bumps too, dude. Like when his head goes back like that, I'm scared because he's knocked himself out a couple times. But that was beautiful. That's what I mean. Okada still got it. Like, did you see how high he got up for that and how fucking precision point that drop kick was? Like, he's got it, man. He just holds it back a bit in AEW. And then on pay-per-view, he'll do all these spots and shit. But really think about what he was doing during his time tagged in. He was like arm wrench, you know. He was just moving very slow. Big boot, elbow. Yeah, this match has to end soon, though. They're going way too long. Like, we get it. And then Bandito reverses. We just see, this is the problem with AEW. We just had a moment where Bandito did a crazy reversal of the Rainmaker. We thought it would be the finish, and then it got whatever. Then they set up the same thing, but for Takeshita to do, just so we get to the Rainmaker of Takeshita here, right? They could have just did it. All that sequence before, they could have cut out all that shit with the German and all that. They could have just did it then. Bandito ducks the Rainmaker. It hits Takeshita. We get this moment 3 minutes earlier, and people are not just beat over the fucking head to death with shit. I don't get why they don't get that in AEW, but it is what it is. And I like that Okada's laughing that he hit Takeshita with the clothesline. That was a good touch. Here we go. Rainmaker ducks again. Brody gets him up. Samoan driver. What's Brody yelling now? Finish the let's go. Let's finish the fucking match. Should have been done 7 minutes ago. Oh, see that how he one-armed up Okada? He'll do that. Damn, he beat Okada clean. That's crazy. Would have been way more effective if Takeshita recovered from the Rainmaker, then got up on the apron and was arguing with Okada like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You da 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 la la. And then Bandito powers him up. But do you guys see when I told you the one-arm gorilla press? And then he just did a one-arm deadlift German. Bandito does these fucking crazy, like, Cesaro power moves. And he likes to do one-handed, like, presses and shit, or he'll suplex a guy in one hand. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he does high flyer shit. And it's like, bro, your body is going to be so fucking destroyed one day. But he likes it, man. So let him do his thing. It's impressive. He's like one of these Cesaro freaks, though. He can just fucking power these dudes up. He's probably making shitloads of money in AEW because that's when Tony was really throwing cheese around, too, trying to keep people from WWE. He probably got caked up. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Takeshita should have done something to get Okada's attention, to be like, oh, you fucked me or whatever, you know? Like, why'd you hit me with that? And then Okada's distracted, and then he gets hit with the thing, because now it's just like, oh, the Rainmaker. So... yeah, I don't know, dude. I thought Okada was going to win that match with Takeshita, and they were going... I didn't think Brodito would be this long-lived to where they're winning titles and shit. Okay, Tony's just like dead backstage. I'm trying to think, when should we do this sicko segment? I mean, we got to watch the Moxley shit, but I'm worried about, like, I'm going to get tired during it. But like, I want to see the stupid shit. Is that morbid too? Like, I don't want to see them do this shit, but I'm curious, like, how far are they going to take it? How far are these two idiots going to take it? Okay, so Mina and Tony are kind of aligning. Possibly they could win the tag titles. Because that's what I was pissed at. I was yelling about that too before. I'm like, are they going to make out? I was yelling about that too. I was like, dude, you had Mariah May and Tony and all that shit. Like, you'd think you would fucking have tag strapped them up or whatever, but maybe they're... So is it Joe versus... Oh my God, they're doing the world title match before the I Quit match? See, this is why, guys. Ready? Because the Samoa Joe Page match is going to just be a well-wrestled fucking match. And Joe ain't winning the title if this is co-main. Joe ain't winning the title. So they just spoiled it right there. They spoiled it right fucking there. Either person could win the I Quit match. Moxley versus Darby. Neither of them... neither of them need the win, or... Well, I guess Darby maybe needs it because he's back. So you don't want to, like, fuck around and not give him the win, right? Here's the thing, though. Joe is not going to win the world title if it's not the last match. Just based on, like, you end the show, you put the title on him, then whatever happens in the I Quit happens. Meanwhile, if you had to put Moxley Darby on first... because it doesn't matter, like, who says I quit. They're just going to mutilate each other. Nothing will change. They're just both going to be hardcore, crazy people. The Death Rider is going to keep Death Ridering. So none of that matters. But if you had this match on last, maybe there's an inkling of hope. Fuck, Joe might win this title, actually. But he's also a trios champ, so it's like, do they just double strap him up? Because, again, I think because before he was like a tag champ and a world champ or some shit. I just don't think they do that. We have to give Joe, we can't do sickos now. Yeah, let's go. Okay, yeah, so we'll do sickos in we'll do it. We're gonna have to do it during the death match or after the I Quit. You know what it's gonna turn into. Everyone, hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you all for being here this evening. Damn, they pulled the pyro out for fucking Hangman. And then Eddie Kingston's trending for some reason. Is he fucking hurt again? Oh, they're just trashing him for his shitty chops. So what's going to happen in this I Quit match? Someone getting lit on fucking fire? Like, what happens? Someone swallows glass? Yeah, so he's still a trios champ. Jesus Christ. Wrap this goddamn story up here with the fucking trios belts too. Like, how do you not have them on an actual trios and not the ops? Jesus. Let's go. Joey head knocker.
This second time around. It's gone for the insecurities. There's a genuine happiness about the man. It's been an arduous journey, certainly, to earn the title again, but he said, I'm now the man I should be.
See, this is just going to be tie up fucking top guy speed. Joe is gonna kill you. Oh, yeah. See, the problem is now this is the world title. God damn it. And then there's still another match. That fucking, they're going to, because think about, they have to make each other quit. It's not just pin or submission. Well, maybe it could be submission into, but it's going to take like 45 minutes to get there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just going to happen in in 20 minutes or whatever. It's going to be like 30 minutes of like Moxley getting eye gouged and shit before we even get to that point. Got to give Joe his due, though. Oh, damn. Joe sending him over. Gonna get some Joey dives over here. Over here now. Oh, good, good. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 yeah. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Yeah, now they're just talking about like Joe's nagging injuries too. And then like Tony Khan's in the press talking about Joe's gonna retire. And it's like, fuck. You know, what does he know that we don't know? Like, obviously you can see wear and tear on his body and shit, but it's like, Damn.
That rolling barrel kick that the champion was just able to avoid there. 2 or 3 weeks, I wasn't able to walk after he hit me with that. This man, he's just incredible when it comes to offense. Slow and methodical, but sure, fast, bursts of energy. Absolutely devastating. Samoa Joe.
Damn, there's a dive. He just bounced off fucking Joe. Joe just didn't go down. Bounces off him. Joe.
Samoa Joe is a man, as we've seen, never share a high crossbody he could walk the way out of.
Damn. La na na na. La na na na. La na 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 na. Yeah, sorry guys, we're just locked in for Joe. Okay, there's certain we're gonna go hard on sickos. Joe's stomping away at Hangman's face. He's fucking bloody. I scrolled on X quickly and I saw fucking Raj going at Dave, which is fucking funny. So I bookmarked that. That'll be on Thursday. Dude, those Dave Meltzer shows go fucking they're all going like 2 hours a piece. And I thought they'd end up being like, you know, an hour every show, 58 minutes, some shit. They end up being 2 hours every fucking time. So you sitting here talking about Masahiro Chono and the Three Musketeers of whatever. It's like, fuck, dude. The fuck does that have to do with Joe?
Samoa Joe drew a lot of inspiration from. Samoa was known as one of the most brutal purveyors of violence in the Japanese game. Joe fans here as well, as we mentioned. On the move.
Big senton Joe. Yeah, Joe's looking frustrated. I'm locked. See, I told you guys this is going to be a top guy speed match. They haven't done anything too crazy. Hangman, he missed a fucking moonsault. He hit that dive and fucking bounced off Joe, and Joe's just keeping it slow. I told you guys it was going to be just like, you know, him and Punk is one of the best matches in AEW history. I can honestly say that. Some of the ones he's had with Mox aren't terribly, they're not so bad, just it gets hate because it's Mox, you know? So I'm glad you made it its own show. Yeah, me too, dude. So much content. Yeah, thank you. We love the Meltzer shows. Yeah, thank you. Me too, dude. It's like my favorite thing. Here, though, I saw, yeah, on fucking X, though. Yeah, I saw Dave getting some heat at fucking. Gotta bookmark some of this shit. And then another crazy thing, like there's UFC on tonight, but a UFC champion, Charles Oliveira, he's like a former champion. He has like the most submissions, I think, in UFC history. He just won a fucking horse racing championship in Argentina as well. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, UFC's in Vancouver there, bud. And I guess 5 hours ago, Fightful said that the Moxley match was going to be last. So people knew that going in. I guess I didn't. So I wasn't in the loop. Didn't know what I was doing, I suppose. Oh, yeah. As he went through there, Naomichi Marufuji was at WWE live event in Japan as well. Nakamura was out there and shit. Yeah, we'll do WWE news on Member Monday, I think. Okay, or if not, if nothing's like too pressing, then we can just save it for Wednesday. But and as Joe goes at it with Hangman, if you didn't see, I promise, if you guys are just watching this match and you didn't see all the fucking wrestling before, you would love this. But I get it. Some people just get to this point and they're like, fuck this, you know? La 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 la, yeah, yeah. Crippler crossface. Guys, we've had an amazing turnout as well. We've had an amazing turnout for PWT as well. There's been like 330, 350, something around there watching across X and YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit heart or retweet or whatever the fuck you want to do. It's crazy that there's no word on like the tag titles though. Like the women tag titles get announced and then just nothing. And then they're like putting Mina and Tony back together. Why now? To like, shouldn't you have done that before you brought the fucking tag belts back? I just don't get it. Draft sucked. What's chat saying here? Oh man, dude, that truly blows. My apartment was like a comic toy store with all the shit. Damn, dude. 17 years, you lose everything. Aubrey in a horse race chat. Oh, come on. That's not very fair to say that about Aubrey Edwards. She's a tremendous referee of the sport of professional wrestling. That's not very fair now. Oh, come on now. Want another belt versus Mina? Yeah, I think I got JW in reverse. He just yelled, "Come on, motherfucker!" And then after this one, we'll do Sicko segment leading into the Moxley match. Oh, I just hope it doesn't overlap. We might have to do it after, guys, because there's an abundance here. Coquina clutch. Chat. He might tap. Oh, fuck. I thought he was going to muscle bust him. Gets Joe with the dead eye. That'll be it, too. Unless maybe a kick out into a, yeah, kick out. He'll finish him with the buckshot, but like Joe don't fuck around. Like, to me, this is the best match on the whole show, and it didn't go 8 hours. We're near the finish. Joe ain't going to fuck around. Oh, there's a buckshot. Doesn't knock him over. Okay, maybe this is a little much having to hit him with 3, but like just the fact Joe won't go down. When Joe bumps, it matters, you know? There you go. Yeah, round of applause. That's the match of the fucking night right there. Here's Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Hope you guys enjoyed that. Here, one more second. Sorry, I just needed some drink. Jericho did not allot me enough time. Only to then completely ruin everything with the next match. Ain't no way Butterfly Pants loses. Yeah, I mean, this was a great moment. They're just going to ruin it and slaughter it and be like, oh, put the kids to bed. Ain't no way Butterfly Pants loses. They had mercy on us. Look at that. Did Joe give them the note? Coquina does come in clutch, yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, the I Quit's still coming. Yes, Wolverine DX. It is coming. Oh. And then the Ops heel turn. Okay, didn't see that coming, I guess. If you're planning to heel turn, you couldn't do it then, but they're just not like a they're not like I was going to say an established enough group, but maybe they are. They're just so random and like have the Ops. It's just like no feels weird, but hey, Joe's a draw, so draw this out, have him go full heel, fuck the respect, and then Hangman's got to fight Joe in a rematch, no respect. Fuck it all and no respect, I hit the lights, all these dark seltzer. I need a voice to let myself go free. Muscle Buster on the title. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Hangman and Joe having another match like that. Maybe they have a cage match ultimately. I don't fucking know. I can isolate this by itself and go, yeah, I want to see more Joe Hangman. I don't really care much for the Ops, but as far as Joe is concerned, it's like, if you're not going to use him as the world champion, he should at least be in and around the picture. Same with Bobby Lashley. And then this is the problem. They're like wheeling Hangman out. Oh, is his neck broken? Is he okay? And then we get fucking people putting each other in body bags and shit next. Like, But yeah, heel Joe's gonna draw you money and get you heat and shit. Okay, so this sicko segment, we might have to save it for after. $11 belts. Mone's yelling at us. So she just said, yeah, your title's mine, stat, pretty much. And yeah, I guess. Okay, we may have to do this and keep an eye on this. Oh, they're just announcing shit for Dynamite. The Hurt Syndicate are taking on the Ops. Okay, Lashley and Joe, literally the two guys I'm talking about. Okay. And then the brackets for the women's tag title tournament will be revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko Segment. It's chilly. Ooh, it's a chilly one. So BJ Bethel gets into it with Niccolo Piccolo, or he argues to Niccolo Piccolo, but via just talking shit on Twitter or whatever, arguing to Niccolo Piccolo, but not to him. But this guy here, the best in the world at the Chewmaster 32, says, so Dave Meltzer, why does WBD release for all those other sports numbers, he means, except for AEW? If AEW is getting all of these viewers that you and BJ Bethel tweets have claimed they do, then why haven't they ever been made public? Just asking a logical question, but he knows what he's doing. He's just trying to bait a reaction. Because we don't ever get these questions answered, you know? BJ Bethel says these numbers don't include streaming numbers for HBO Max, according to a WBD source. And then Niccolo Piccolo's just like dead, and then tags everyone in it. And then Niccolo Piccolo also responds to BJ, who's like talking about him to Brian Alvarez and this other person here. And BJ goes, I see Beverly Hills agent responded with an absolutely nothing. He's from LA and I'm from Ohio. He doesn't rep these guys. He does film and TV, blah, blah. What about it, Nick? Should the companies drop add-on time if they can non-renew you while injured and leave you broke? Yeah, when you violate the contract, BJ. When you violate the fucking contract by failing wellness policies, yeah. I think that could happen. Okay, bud? So, moving along here. Niccolo Piccolo, or he responds to that, sorry. He says, imagine thinking you have a valid opinion. Hey, Bethel, go ask each one of my clients who their agent is. Then ask why your tweet pulled 476 views instead of 134K. How the fuck do you still tweet? Yeah, I mean, Nick is actually these guys' agent and shit. You guys know this, right? Like, for anybody who's like, he's just an AI guy, he's not. He's like an actual guy, okay? I don't understand this. Now, why is he stirring the pot? I don't fucking know. I just think like, well, I've talked to him a little bit. I mean, I might have some insight on it a little bit, but not like a full, I'm doing this because I'm the mastermind troll of the IWC. It's nothing like that, okay? I just need everyone to understand this. It's just like, he cares about wrestling. He cares about his clients. He was mentored by someone who fucking cared about wrestling and shit. And it's like, whatever. That's a story to tell. Everyone can figure it out. But he's a real guy, so I don't know why people are always tripping on him. But BJ Bethel says, that's why I deleted it in the first place, mate, and don't lecture me on what I am and what you're not. And then Niccolo Piccolo's like, BJ, imagine blocking someone and then shitposting about them and calling them BHA. Are you that terrified of the real world? Yeah, Nick's always going at Bethel. Bethel's just like a fool. He's just like a common fool, you know? There's many of those here in the PWT universe. He's just, I don't know, man. He's only had that one story that anybody's ever said he was credible for. Then turns out it was an incredulous story. So there you go. I mean, I don't know what else, why people give him the goddamn attention. Samantha Irvin warns fans about a fake Facebook account impersonating her. You goddamn sickos, stop doing that. Stop fucking, you know what I'm saying? Stop like making fake Facebooks and
wrestling's
fucking,
not fake.
Hustle people out of money. and all of that stuff, and like making these like sickos in their basements think they're in love with like Alundra Blaze or whatever. I'm just throwing names out there. With Wendy Richter. They flew fucking they gave Falcons notes, letters, and flew them to each other. Stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? So Brett Lauderdale and SRS owning somebody here, owning a sicko, something I did not have on my list of things. But, WWE promotes this new commercial for Evolve, right? The new class of evolved guys or whatever. And this Ian Drew Dice Clay guy goes, honestly, what kind of dumb shit would sign up for this after the debacle of the last one? I know the answer is terrible indie workers, but roll with me a bit. And then now it's, these indie workers are terrible. But when they signed AEW, it's like, you don't know who they are? Google them. Terrible indie workers. And then Sap pops in and goes, indie wrestlers wanting a get. He actually owns the sicko. Sean Ross WAP, the W for win. On this, okay, I don't know. I'm here for a sicko owning, sicko on sicko violence, whatever. But he just goes, indie wrestlers wanting a guaranteed $500 a week so they don't have to balance a day job. And it's like, boom. Or like cut down to part-time so you can focus on wrestling more. And then Brett Lauderdale says a great deal for most of these guys, actually. And then I say, plus access to train. Me and Sean have each other blocked. Plus access to train at the PC with the talent and trainers and still work virtually wherever they want. Whenever they want, and still be eligible to sign elsewhere in short order without being tied down to a long-term contract at such an early stage in their career. So if you're like 21 and you're making $500 a week to fucking to wrestle, and that's your dream, and you're learning from some of the best, and you have access to some of the best minds in the PC and shit, yeah, that's a W. So I didn't have Lauderdale and Sapone and Sickos there on my fucking bingo card. But Haley Busey says, hey, the guy who makes money off WWE ID shows thinks you should sign up for WWE ID. Shocking. And then Lauderdale responds and goes, I make no money off ID or WWE. Well, that's the problem, right? Is that like you do by proxy of like, the WWE stamp. So it sort of adds some luster, some intrigue. It adds a level of a WWE stamp, or like some of these talent are being promoted on WWE socials and then they're booked on your shows, or they're defending the WWE ID title on your show or whatever the fuck. So that does indirectly, like by proxy, Brett Lauderdale's making money, but it's not like WWE ID's paying him formally. Maybe for the idea of the partnership, I could ask some pals who have some indie feds if they fucking how that works, or what how they think it works with GC Dub, and bring that back to the show if you guys would like. But Lauderdale, he says criticizing the program is one thing and okay, but we should at least be accurate and avoid spreading disinformation. So Dax Harwood, well, we'll circle back to that one, okay? So Kate from Fightful, her take on Jacob Fatu. So she goes, they lied all night and said Jacob was healthy. Not only healthy, but scheduled for a match against Drew McIntyre for the #1 contendership to Cody Rhodes' WWE title. Okay? Every time they told the fans that match was going to happen, they knew they were lying, but they did it anyway. Yeah, it's a work. It's pro wrestling. I don't fucking mark. It's like, if you want to like virtue signal shit, go and do that. Fucking do that on your blog. Whatever. Maybe you like wrestling. Maybe that's your approach to it. Just to me, it's like, yeah, that's pro wrestling. That's like every fucking show. The card's subject to change, man. I don't know. That's part of the show. Jacob Fatu, did he get his teeth kicked out? Well, he has a teeth procedure coming up. So they kayfabed in a reason where his mouth might have had some work done to it that we're all going to notice when he's got that fucking Roman Reigns pearly white, tile white, fucking, bathroom stall white, china cabinet white teeth. Okay, that'll be because of this. They worked it into kayfabe. He got his teeth kicked out. And that's like, oh, they lied and said you were going to get, but you got Rhodes versus Drew, and Jacob was still on the show, and he's not healthy. They lied when they said he was healthy. Yeah, it's a work. It's all a work, man. Like, why do we just fundamentally, at the end of the day, pro wrestling's a work? So, like, yes, they're workers working, everyone. Like, we got to stop being outraged by that and then trying to be like, make some fucking, they lied. They're liars about it. And he's clearly healthy. And it's like, bro, you don't care. You know, it was a decent piece of business on SmackDown. I don't know. I could review the whole show. I don't really know about the whole Rhodes with his coming out and fighting in a suit. Then he just gloms Drew with the title. I don't know like how I felt about it, but it was okay. Like the way they set it up and having Jacob with his teeth kicked out was like shocking. It was like, oh shit, this is actually like, you know, shit's going down here. So again, I digress. So Dax Harwood of FTR says that members of his family have either been stalked, threatened, or verbally attacked. Now, again, whether these are wackos who hate AEW that are doing this, or whether these are, I don't fucking know, but we got to cut this out. Like, listen, Dax blocked me. I'm an FTR fan. I think that they're falling off a little bit the last year or so. Dax, he just flips out too much on social, like on sickos, to where it's, you know, he's wearing shirts with JD, you're over here now on my t-shirt. That it's like kind of cringe, man. And it's like rent-free type shit. And I guess Dax has cringed a lot of people out. You know, it is what it is, but I will always have his back in a situation like this. People need to stop being creepos. But Dax Harwood had this to say. Unfortunately, I'll do it in the voice because whatever, okay? He goes, unfortunately, over the last year and a half, myself, my mom, and now my people's moms, dude, my mom and now my wife have all been either stalked, threatened, or verbally attacked by an individual on Instagram. AEW and I will be working with authorities to put this matter to rest. They know your name, who you are, and where you live. Please be fans, but leave it at that. I try to be as polite as I can to people waiting in hotels and airports, and even ignore the ones who hate me. However, when you bring my family into it, we have to draw the line. Yeah, Dax doesn't like when people are fucking with his family, dude. That's unfortunate. And I don't know what these people are fucking thinking. These sickos are thinking. And lucky for us, or maybe unlucky for us, we get a look into the mind of one of these fucking sickos. Okay, guys, the original, the OG NXT stalker. Armando Alejandro issued this video statement on Liv Morgan claiming she was the one stalking him.
You what?
What the fuck?
You just made the list.
Oh my God, dude. What? You're fucking crazy, bro. So let's take a look. Here's, I was just wondering, what are they thinking? Well, here's a look inside of one of their minds.
I was kind of hoping that you would have been able to provide a better quality picture of Liv Morgan, considering how hot she really is. So, but considering the fact she was actually stalking me and following me around.
This guy's like pill-eyed. You can see he's just pill-eyed. So he's like, listen
how
to what
hot
he's
she
saying.
really is. So, but considering the fact she was actually stalking me and following me around, there's not much more that I could really do, because if she has a crush on me, there's not much
Yeah,
more.
I'm sure those like wires and like a half-eaten apple and those newspapers or whatever back there, she's real interested in it.
I
But
really do yet believe in Jesus. I was kind of hoping that
don't bring Jesus into your struggles, dude.
you would have been able to, I could really do, because if she has a crush on me, there's not much more I could really do yet believe in Jesus. I was kind
Don't bring Jesus into your mess, you fucking freak. And we'll save that one for next time because it's a watch along. As John Moxley stabs Darby Allin's hands and punctures them. I wonder how that grandma we checked in with earlier, who got free tickets in St. Louis there with her grandchildren, are doing in the crowd here. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Sicko segment. Okay, so a zombie boss for $7.99 Australian. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey Phil, if you could draft your own War Games team, can be from classic and new WWE wrestlers, what would it be? Bro, that's way too hard of a question because there's so many options, right? Like if you, and thank you so much for your contribution to the show and for the support. Zombie boss, it's like, okay, I would love to have black and white Wolfpack versus or black and white NWO versus red and black Wolfpack. I would love to have DX versus NWO. I would love to have one of those, like a WCW versus an NWO War Games, like done correctly. I would like to see a WWF versus WCW. If you're just talking WWE though, past, present, future, blah blah blah. I mean, that's way too hard to like narrow it down. But it would have to be like, okay, what would have happened if DX and the Nation of Domination could have gotten a War Games? You know, what would have happened if the corporate ministry and just like the guys standing up against them? I think I'd go with that. What would happen if you had like the APA and the Dudleys on one side and then the Hardys and Edge and Christian on the other side or something like that, right? I would just book it like that. Or if you have all the top guys, I mean, think about it. You had you could do like a Stone Cold, The Rock, Triple H, and Undertaker and Kane if you want to do 5, or you can go 4, whatever, versus all the heels that you had at the time, like Kurt Angle. And then what era? You're like every era. So, okay, like Andre, the Great Khali, Vader, you know what I mean? Like you could do any combo, but I do appreciate that fantasy mark booking question. 452's Jout, my guy. Okay, Burgundies. Happy birthday, Phil freaking Marks. Appreciate you, bro. Love you, bro. Thank you, man. PWT for life. That's right, dude. This is my first ever and now annual super chat. There you go, bro. Dude, a first ever super chatter. Okay, and now an annual one. I appreciate your membership. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate the Triple Cup Tony Khan song. That thing fucking
Best
rules.
guys, Tony Khan.
Every time I play it in the intro or outro, I have to cut it out after, but that's totally fine. It takes 2 seconds, right? But we got to be selective with that one. And I appreciate you so much. Round of applause for the PWT universe. We have like over 350 watching. I mean, we've had a great turnout this whole show. YouTube NX guys, patreon.com/prowrestletimes if you want to watch tons of other content where like I'm watching reality shows with you guys and shit. And then also my other channels, youtube.com/@philmarksout. And I just appreciate the shit out of you guys. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. Make sure you tune in. Okay, so Marina Shafir got involved. We saw Darby Allin have his hands stabbed a bunch. Okay, and then we saw what else was nasty. We saw Darby just do that splat. We saw them both get worked over, like Darby spitting up blood. We saw them get like worked over in the ropes where like Moxley was attacking his neck. So nothing too gory. The hand thing was gory, but nothing like over the top. They're building up to that moment, you know? According to Try and Brian, Rhea Ripley broke her nose on the house show loop. We will see. Yeah, I got to watch UFC later as well. I'm going to have to just throw that on a replay. I haven't watched like the last 2 episodes of South Park, man. Peacemaker ended. I'm all sad. Stalling drop pile driver. Darby's just like dead. Let's see. They got to break out the glass. No one's going to be impressed, buds. Moxley's whipping the shit out of him with a belt. See, these guys just like to really hurt themselves and shit. Like Darby's just doing this because he likes jackass. Like he'd staple his fucking nut bag to his thigh if it was in front of a live crowd. So Darby just grabs Mox, starts clubbing him, throwing blows. We're giving this one its due here. Bitch slaps. What's going to happen, though, if this isn't the main, or if the world title wasn't the main event? Like, someone's going to pass away here in this one, or what? Where's the wrestling in this match? Lighter fluid, Fark in hell, probably my fave Cornette line. Darby just wants to get kicked in the nuts. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I'm like a minute, like 30 seconds behind you guys. When you're saying lighter fluid, it came for me like 45 seconds later, you know? The chemical spray. So cringe. Yuta and Garcia. Why does Moxley do that shitty RKO? Damn. He's got a fucking taser. Okay, now this is why it's phony, okay? Because Scott Hall tased Goldberg and then Nash broke his streak. So if Darby survives this, it's all fake, you know? Wrestling's real, damn it.
You fucking mark!
Okay, so they tased him. This is what I mean, like... So, like, this is what I'm talking about. Why doesn't Darby just show up with, like, 100 friends to beat the shit at, like, what, you know? Why doesn't he just, like, pull up with fucking 100 guys and go, yeah, we're gonna block the ring from the Death Riders. Like, anybody who wrestles the Death Riders, you just know, like, okay, there's gonna be 10 of them passing them chairs. It's no DQ. That's what I mean. Like, there's no evolution of this. They just keep doing this. They just keep, like... invading fucking shows and like nothing's changed. Hangman took the title from Mox, nothing changed. Darby makes him quit, nothing changes. Nothing will ever change. It's just them running amok and doing stupid shit. The Judgment Day has evolved not only with its characters, but their motives, what their aspirations are, where they're at as far as being on top, being like lower mid guys for a little bit. Like there's so much there. The Death Riders are hardly cohesive. Like just as members, you know? I wonder if Mox is not blading as much because he knows all the criticisms of like, oh, Mox is just going to blade. I wonder if that's why he doesn't do it as much as often. Yeah, and here's the problem. So Cesaro just launched Darby onto the announce table. That was incredible. And he's so little, he just flops around and shit. Like, Darby can just take all this punishment. That's how that's how he gets over. Oh, that's Pac. I'm like, who's this production guy dragging him? It's Pac with his shitty new haircut. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. WWE did that spot, and now AEW's done it twice since then, where someone gorilla pressed over the top to the announce table. WWE did it once with Javon, and it was brilliant, and Oba, and then fucking AEW's done it twice since then. What are those, like cigarettes? What's on the tables? Like cigarettes? What was on this shit? Little light bulbs, little fucking little pieces of foam? Like, what is that? From someone's entrance or something? Oh, and just that fucking Mox like took the brunt of that move in the first place. He should be just as dead. And like, how many times have we seen Mox in a match where he's just doing everything? He's just doing every fucking move in the book. And like hits people with 700 fucking things. Where Moxley will just like mutilate people, tables, 700 moves, and then they're just still kicking out of his shit or not quitting. Dude, we've seen you like hang a dude with a chain. What makes you think going through a table will make this guy quit? That's the problem. Like, Moxley, you've been exploding super kicked with barbed wire exploding boots, and you didn't quit. And you showed up the next Wednesday after the pay-per-view with no bandages on your head or anything. So why would anyone quit? Like, why would anyone think going through the tables will make them quit? This is the problem with AEW. It's like, no, in kayfabe, you wouldn't be yelling at him quit after the table bump. You've literally like hogtied people and kidnapped them and shit and put plastic bags over their heads and shit. Like, no, I'm sorry. Okay, what are they doing filling a fish tank? What are they going to do? Pull piranhas out of their ass? What are they going to do next? What are they going to do? Are they going to dump a bunch of piranhas in there and let them eat his head like a fucking cartoon? Yeah, let's drown a guy. Drowning him in a baby ass little fish tank. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. So if anybody says this to you as well, it wasn't drowning. He was holding his breath and he would pass out before that. He wouldn't actually drown him. Then fucking put him in a rear naked choke again. He had him in the bulldog choke. He let it go. Then hold him until he's incapacitated. And then, no, this is a drowning. Why else would you bring out water? You hope he inhales it to drown him. Otherwise, you just put him in a choke. This is fucking stupid. That's what people are going to say. Oh, it's not really drowning people. No, it's fucking drowning people. Otherwise, you just choke them out. Here comes Sting or something, though. Lights have been out for a minute. And there's fucking Sting. Old man Sting. Shivani's just can't really do his thing. Kind of is a bit of a hack at this point, doing the "it's Sting." It's like his only line. So this is why they saved this for the main event. Sting's going to come back. Just probably for this one time, too. Like, I doubt this will be, they're not going to continue. But it's weird because Sting is like Darby's dad. His longest accomplishment was his greatest accomplishment was the retirement of Sting and the long reigning tag title he had with Sting. And then Sting has to show up and save him. Just like now. Sting, the old retired guy, is the guy responsible for saving AEW and went undefeated. So old man Sting saved AEW. So Darby's just whooping Mox. Darby's just doing Sting's moves. Coffin drop. So what's going to make Moxley quit? He's laying in glass and water. What's going to make him quit, though? The Scorpion Deathlock is going to make him go, okay, I quit. And then he just taps out super quick. Just quits. So why does any of this matter? That's my question. So the pay-per-view just ended abruptly like that? So they just ran out of time? Did they run out of time or something? It just abruptly ended. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, they didn't go as gory as I thought. They brought out the fish tank, which is just like so fucking stupid. I mean, that ending was just so lame. Let's be honest. Like, that was such a fucking shitty ending. And then it's like, why did that go on after Joe heel turn and shit? Like, oh, because Sting came back. Okay, but then he just carried her off. Mox taps right away because they ran out of time, clearly. So that's why fucking Mox tapped out that quick. They didn't even have time to milk the finish. Darby gets made to look like a bitch who can only get saved from Sting. Like ever, dude. His greatest title run was the tag title run with Sting. Sting goes undefeated, retires. Sting has to come back and save him. Why does any of it matter when Moxley was already defeated by Hangman and got the title taken from him and nothing changed? Moxley, his antics, the Death Riders, nothing changed about it. So who gives a fuck? Darby made him quit. So who gives a fuck? What does that do? So next week, the Death Riders are what? We've already seen Moxley get choked out with a chain. Now we just saw him get tapped out with I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. His weakness in pro wrestling is being tapped out for a shoot. Maybe that is a shoot. So I don't know, man. Like I remember when Cena and Undertaker and shit showed up at WrestleMania 40 and people were like, Rhodes needed all these legends to say, all these retired guys to save him and all this shit. They won't keep the same energy for that. People will just, oh, come on, Eric, that's not very fair. People will just they'll just basically make excuses for it and say, well, Sting showed up and that was a great moment. That's what's going to happen. Now, I'm all for great moments and stuff like that. That was cool. It was cool to see old man Sting at least one time in a ring, like, glomming people with bats and shit. It was kind of cool. But then, yeah, he had to save Darby, and then you had the rushed finish. And thank God that match didn't go 7 hours like we anticipated. So Tony's starting to be a little tighter with his times, man. There's an alliteration, and he has to. He has to, because he can't keep paying for we'll just stay on the air for 5 hours. And he knows that there's no interest in this pay-per-view, going into it. And so Joe and Hangman will continue. That's cool. But as far as them ending like that, what an abrupt ending. They rushed through the finish. Moxley's not blading and shit because I think he hears the criticism and he's like, yeah, it's like a parody of myself if I start gushing 5 minutes in and shit. Darby's just constantly made to look like he can't accomplish shit on his own. And he's lost some big matches when he's been on his own, as we've seen in the past. And then what else? What changes about the Death Riders? What changes about Dynamite? What changes about Collision? What changes about AEW now that Mox lost and quit again? Is he going to start showing signs of shame and fuck and maybe the Death Riders questioning him? Like, dude, you got choked out twice. You fucking tapped out to the sharpshooter. You fucking got choked out by a chain. Like, dude, who are you? You're losing all the big matches and shit. Maybe Cesaro steps up, gets in Moxley's grill. Maybe I was going to say Yuta and Garcia beef like Claudio and Moxley, but that would just be insane. Maybe they do something, but I just doubt it. It'll be more of the same. They'll just start they'll just start attacking Joe or some shit. They'll just start attacking someone. And people are saying no fire and shit. Yeah, they teased the fire with the lighter fluid, but that's stupid. And then they did drowning. I think we saw someone might have thrown a rock. We saw all the elements here tonight. Okay. In this match. And yeah, I just don't know what you do with Moxley next. I think this was, though, a solid pay-per-view. I'm going to applaud Tony Khan for keeping the match times tighter. A lot of these matches,
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Okay, about half of them went too long. Okay, so if he can just keep reining it in, and clearly he's not willing to go, we're gonna run 7 hours overtime and shit. I'm entirely tired of seeing the fucking. I'm entirely tired of seeing the Death Riders and shit, but they need something now, okay? After Hangman, nothing changed. They lost the belt. After this one, nothing changed. What changes now? Or does Daddy Sting have to come save everyone? What changes about AEW right now moving forward? That's what Tony Khan needs to bounce off of this with. Okay, there's a story. It opens up. Moxley's doing his tough guy shit. One of the guys interrupts him, starts talking over him, whatever. Mox, like, whatever. And then he makes a statement like, we're our own people or something. Da-da-da-da-da. Mox kind of looks at him weird, whatever. They turn on him. Right? They do him dirty and shit. Maybe that's the way out of this. I don't know. Maybe that's how you make it compelling. Like the whole point of like putting these guys in a faction is ultimately so they disband and Moxley kind of helps get them all over by the time it's all done. All it's been is they just run in on his shit and nothing's changed. He dropped the title, nothing changed. It's supposed to be this moment, Hangman, he defeated, finally stopped the Death Riders, this long reign of terror. Oh no, Moxley's just putting bags on heads, kidnapping and fucking drowning people in fish bowls and fucking tapping out to sharpshooters the next week, and nothing's changed. So that's all I'm looking for, especially because it's such a focal point of the show. Like, again, I go to Judgment Day. Okay, you're going to use a faction. They're a heel group. You're going to see different members come and go. You're going to see different, like, vocation. Like, what are they trying to accomplish? Are they all trying to be draped in gold? If they are draped in gold, then what is the problem? Oh, they start eyeing each other's gold up, or what happens? Oh, she steals her man away. She gets injured. Like, again, like Liv gets injured. All of a sudden, Roxanne slides in. She's teaming with Raquel. She's got Dom under her finger. Oh, shit. How's Liv going to respond to this? There's all these questions. I don't give a fuck what Marina Shafir thinks after Sting carried her to the back. And she's just going to show up and, like, you know, put a pork chop bone in fucking Darby Allin's head next week or whatever, you know? Like, we just need to see growth. We need to see change. What's going to change? Nothing after the Hangman shit. They just added Garcia. Now he's in tag matches on the prelims, and who cares? So I'm glad that the Ops turned heel, but again, they're just sort of a thrown together faction that doesn't really make sense. And I don't know. I think Joe's more effective by himself, and I'm just glad we're getting more Hangman Joe. Why? Well, because that's their world title. The world title needs to set the pace. Joe and Hangman, I thought, had a great match, and I thought that was the match of the night. It's just Joe's pacing, top guy speed, as it's called, and in the Fed, in the bloodline. And yeah, hopefully they like can have a cage match down the line. Joe can draw them another little house like he did with fucking Mox there. The one, you know, Joe's their guy. So at least he's in and around the world title picture. Now he's taking on Hurt Syndicate next week in a trios match. This Wednesday, Ops versus Hurt Syndicate, they announced. And so who knows? Does the Hurt Syndicate get the trios finally? I mean, MVP, I don't know how much longer he has to wrestle. I'd fucking do it right away. But then is it because Hangman gets involved and then it costs them the trios? Okay, Tony. Okay, we're cooking a little bit. Okay, you know, like we're getting Joe involved. That's something that could work. Don't overdo it. Just have Hangman buckshot Joe out of nowhere. And then fucking, you know, he eats Buddy's finisher, pin 1, 2, 3 or something. Or maybe Joe doesn't get pinned. Maybe you buckshot like Shibata or one of these guys, right? Or Hobbs. That's bullshit too. Yeah, Shibata. And then like he gets pinned 1, 2, 3. You know, maybe that's too messy. I know there's a lot of guys and bodies involved there with it being trios titles and all, but yeah, give Joe more motivation to just want to rip Hangman's head off. And Hangman got his first win over Joe. So it's like, okay, you know, you got something there. You got something there with that's piquing my interest. Tekla's got the sauce. Her match shouldn't have been on the pay-per-view, though, with Jamie Hayter. I think that was no, I'm not gonna put. Yeah, it was just that match it got sloppy at the end. It was like really good, and then it just got sloppy. It was like, what the fuck's going on here? A little misstep, miscommunicate, not burying anyone. The Bucks and Luchasaurus and Jack Perry was also a really good match, and then it just went to shit and went 10 minutes too long. Or like maybe not 10, I'm being exaggerative, but it was like 5 minutes too long at the bare minimum. You know, that shit just, they had the crowd and then they just lost them fucking doing a bunch of shit, but they were still hot. I'll give this crowd credit. They were hot through the whole show. What else? Fletcher is just the future. I like what they're doing with him. Brodito. I didn't really like how Takeshita didn't like distract Okada or whatever the fuck. Storm and Stat was what it was. Monet's match was what it was. I mean, it was all around this. I like this pay-per-view better than All Out, and maybe that's because I didn't watch the whole pre-show and all this shit. But yeah, that's my assessment. That's my review. I had a fun-ass time watching this, guys. We have Chris McCarty's been a member for 6 months. I like being spat on by burly German women. This entire event made me feel greasy and dirty. Nice. That sounds hot, dude.
Allegedly.
I acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
For your membership. Rating 7.5 out of 10. That's pretty good. Yeah. I would say. And yeah, shout out to St. Louis grandmother who fucking won the tickets. Hopefully she had a good time. Hopefully her kid doesn't go home and try and like drown her cat in the fucking fish bowl or whatever. And yeah, I guess this post show will start whenever the fuck it starts. And yeah, guys, thanks for being here for my birthday weekend as well. My birthday weekend stream. I have a Halloween show coming up for you guys. As well, stay on the lookout for that. That's going to air on Halloween, but just, you know, I don't know if it'll be like during the day or at nighttime or what the fuck, but it'll be, I think, like a pre-recorded. Mike Sausley says, all hail the Filluminati, PWT for life. And thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Become a member Mondays. Lucy Moody's been a member for 12 months. We have an 8 out of 10 rating. Diego Vargas, I like that. I like 8 out of 10. That seems about right. Here, I acknowledge all you members too. You guys
acknowledge me.
And yeah, guys, make sure you check out my channels, Patreon, all that good shit. Thank you for all the support, all the love. I'm 0 out of 10 AEW gets from me, stupid me. It was a car crash. Lex, what do you rate it?
I don't know.
Me neither. Guys, it was a beautiful night. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Get in the Discord. Do all that good shit. Like, subscribe, all that good shit. I'll see you Monday for Member Monday, okay? And then Wednesday, regular show. And we'll see if Dynamite gets extended longer than 2 hours. They've been on a streak of doing it. I bet Tony announces something like that at this press conference. Maybe not. I'll go out on a limb. I'll say I'm wrong if I'm wrong. Appreciate you all. God bless you all. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Listen to it on Spotify. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We are just
secure the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Con.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.